I think we have some members suffering from fried shrimp hangover from last night, so they may be dragging in, and maybe my co-chair may be one of those. I saw how many he ate, and so he may just be having some issues this morning. But anyway, it is a little bit past time to start, and we've got a lot on the agenda this morning. And I know a lot of us have a long ways to drive to get back home this afternoon, so I want to go on and get rolling. And I need to change up the order just a little bit this morning. And so our first presenter is Mr. Dustin Davis. He's with the Georgia Association of Career and Technical Educators, and I'm going to ask Justin if he will come on forward. There he is. And good morning and welcome. And what I will tell you too, we've got 20-minute time slots allotted, and to try to kind of keep everybody rolling, since we do have so many presenters this morning, we're going to flash a 5-minute and a 2-minute warning. And then shortly after that, Betsy will come tackle you and roll you out, and the next presenter will walk up. So, but would ask everyone if you would, at the 2-minute, if you would try to kind of wrap up so we can have chance for the council member to ask any questions they may have. Dustin, thank you for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting GACTE to be part of this. Good morning, everyone. Chairman England, Chairman Powell, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to be able to meet with you this morning. My name is Dustin Davis, and I actually grew up in rural North Georgia, Dawson County to be exact. When I was a student at Dawson County High School, I took 4 CTAE courses, and this is at the time when that 400 corridor was nothing more than one red light and trees and pasture. And during the time that I took those 4 CTAE courses, I realized that I wanted to be a CTAE teacher. So I started college at North Georgia, and then I transferred to the University of Georgia. And my first teaching job was actually in Chairman England's district at Appalachia High School. And I just want to thank you again. You came several times and spoke with my students and my FBLA members while I was there. I'm currently the president of the Georgia Association for Career and Technical Education, and we represent over 2,500 career technical and agricultural education teachers in Georgia's school systems, and we focus on advocating and improving career technical and agricultural education around the state. So in our time together this morning, I really hope to talk with you about 3 things. First, I want to provide a snapshot of Georgia's successful and nationally acclaimed CTAE program. Second, I want to discuss some of the concerns and challenges associated with the transfer of CTAE to the technical college system of Georgia. And third, I want to talk with you about how we might continue to work together to build upon the strong foundation of Georgia's CTAE program and to better serve the workforce needs of our rural communities and the educational needs of Georgia's youth. First, let me give you a little background about CTAE in Georgia. CTAE consists of a wide variety of instructional programs in technical and agricultural fields, as well as school counseling, school nursing, and the JROTC program. In fiscal year 17, 350,948 Georgia high school students took a CTAE course, and that is 62% of all Georgia high school students. And of that roughly 350,000 students, 130,547, roughly 37%, completed a pathway in a specific industry or job area. Now, pathways are sequences of courses, a sequence of 3 courses in one curriculum area that culminates in collective, industry-recognized assessment. Thanks to your commitment of CTAE over the years, you have a lot to be proud of in these program areas and the students that they serve. In fiscal year 17, Georgia's CTAE students earned 35,503 industry credentials, enabling them to enter the workforce after graduation. And these students are from your rural communities. Chairman England, in 2016-17, 165 industry-recognized credentials were issued at Winder Barrow High School. Representative Laricchia, 156 industry-recognized exams were passed at Coffee County High School. Representative Perkle, in that same year, 76 exams at Fitzgerald High School. And Representative Taylor, at Thomas County Central High School, 224. exams. And these students are not just getting trained, they're graduating. In fiscal year 17, CTAE students had a 96% graduation rate. And we just found out in the last couple of days, in the latest fiscal year, that rate is up to 96.48%. That's almost 16 points higher than the state average. Now, of course, graduation is just one of our goals. CTAE is also focused on providing training for students in high-demand fields, and our teachers and administrators are partnering with industry to ensure the continued alignment with their needs. Currently, we offer students a selection of 17 career clusters and a wide variety of over 130 specific job pathways to develop skills, including today's most in-demand jobs: agri-science, allied health, computer science and cybersecurity, distribution and logistics, health information technology, industrial maintenance, manufacturing, plumbing, and welding, just to name a few. Development of these pathways is continuous based on our engagement with our communities throughout the state, and speaking to yesterday's conversation around soft skills, and particularly to Chairman Powell's point, every one of our pathways embeds soft skills. Indeed, every CTAE course has the same first standard for students to demonstrate employability skills required by business and industry. Engagement with local business and industry is integral to our work, and we are working hard to listen to what our communities need and find ways to help fulfill those needs. In addition to establishing economic development partnerships in 5 Georgia school systems last year and conducting annual regional economic development meetings, our individual CTAE programs are reaching out into their own communities to partner and to address needs. As you heard yesterday, Tim Vinson oversees an incredible partnership between Muskogee County Schools, their work-based learning program, and Pratt & Whitney. And right here in Glenn County, CTAE programs partner with local employers like Gulfstream, which you heard from yesterday, as well as Rich Products and King and Prince Seafood. Another great example of rural industry partnerships can be found in Toccoa. There, Stevens County CTAE leads discovery tours that expose CTAE teachers and students with local industries, companies like ASI Southeast and Osborne Wood Products. Like many of the businesses that we talked about yesterday, these do not need large numbers of graduates every year, but the partnerships work. Just this month, 8 CTAE students joined local industries involved in these discovery tours. Now, these results are not just anecdotal. Our CTAE students are entering the workforce after graduation. In fact, according to data from the Georgia Department of Labor, for the high school graduating class of 2016, 76.1% of CTAE pathway completers entered the workforce after graduation. These were students like Brant Smith, who graduated from Portal Middle High School last year. While a CTAE student, Brant was able to obtain 3 welding certificates and now works as a welder at Candler Machine in Metter. But our graduates don't just go into the workforce. They also continue their education in a college setting. From the high school graduating class of 2016, 39.96% went to a University System of Georgia institution. Students like John L. Simpson, who graduated from Seminole County High School. While he was there, he was a CTAE student and a national award winner for Future Business Leaders of America. But when he graduated, he enrolled in the University of Georgia, was elected president of the Student Government Association, and he also became homecoming king. John L. is now in law school preparing to become a lawyer. Now, at the same time, from the high school graduating class of 2016, 11.76% enrolled in a TCSG institution. Students like Michaela Beasley, a 2016 graduate of Statesboro High School. Michaela finished her CNA certification in high school and went on to Ogeechee Technical College to complete her LPN program. In less than a year, she graduated and she's now employed by East Georgia Regional Medical Center. In short, we're preparing students for the workforce, but so much more. Today, I've been specifically asked to talk with you about why moving CTAE to TCSG does or does not make sense. While it is true that TCSG's primary focus is on workforce readiness, and that is of key importance to rural Georgia, it is, at best, unclear how a transfer would help rural workforce needs. On the other hand, there are several very real risks and concerns. One is simply the scale. Last year, over 350,000 students took CTAE courses in high school in 181 school systems. By contrast, TCSG serves 133,455 students throughout 22 colleges. Transfer of CTAE to TCSG would more than triple the number of students that TCSG would have to serve. A transfer would also severely inhibit local control, taking the ability of local school systems to determine the needs of their local communities, as they are already doing in counties like Muskogee and right here in Glenn, and placing it with a state agency that lacks a footprint in over half of the state's counties. CTAE programs are in every county, and we interact with local communities daily. The transfer would also require a new administrative bureaucracy, diverting resources away from our educational system and our mission. It would require creating and operating systems to handle the necessary transfers of state and federal funds and academic credit between K-12 schools and the TCSG system, and require the implementation and enforcement of operating agreements between TCSG and 181 different local education agencies. Accountability for students and for educators is cloudy in a transfer. How do we really measure student success and progress towards graduation with two sources of instruction, two sources of curriculum, and at least two sources of evaluation? How do we develop, evaluate, and hold educators accountable when they're answering to two different agencies with different missions? And then what happens to our career and technical student organizations in a transfer? We have over 110,000 student members of CTSOs in our schools like FFA, FBLA, and the Technology Student Association, where they're learning technical and competitive skills, but also the soft skills that are essential to thriving in both college and in the workplace. A transfer would also force two different populations, minors and adults, who have very different backgrounds, very different perspectives, and very different experiences. Elementary school students learn differently from high school students, who learn differently from adults. So one size truly does not fit all. And there are safety concerns too. We evaluate the backgrounds and monitor everyone who comes into a public school, but not among the adult technical college population. Most importantly though, CTAE's work is so much broader than just workforce development. CTAE prepares students for the workforce and for technical and four-year colleges and universities. We get students excited about a wide variety of opportunities, and we prepare them to excel in any of those that they choose. And this work is not just done in our high schools. It stretches into our elementary schools, as the legislature recognized in Senate Bill 330 this year, which implements agricultural education in elementary schools. We are also teaching our elementary school students how to code and how to engineer and how to think critically. Do these efforts help prepare students ultimately to go to work into their communities? Yes. But is their only purpose workforce development as it is in TCSG's? No, nor should it be. So let's be clear. We have seen no definitive quantitative evidence that transfer of CTAE programs to a technical college system improves rural workforce issues. In fact, in one state that moved CTAE oversight from a Department of Education to workforce development, state legislators voted 20 years later to return that oversight to the DOE. Indeed, in 2013, the Kentucky General Assembly returned CTAE to its Department of Education after voting in 1990 to transfer. Georgia can learn from Kentucky's mistake. Through your support, and specifically the leadership of Chairman England in supporting CTAE in the appropriation process, Georgia's CTAE program has been nationally recognized for its excellence. We are thankful to each of you for your support and confidence in us and in our work. We believe that our body of work shows our effectiveness in providing our students a real-world education and opportunity to see their possibilities and potential while serving our community's needs. But we know that there's always more that can be done to serve our students' educational needs and our community's workforce needs. In fact, the Georgia Department of Education strategic plan for CTAE for the next 3 years was developed in concert with local schools and TCSG and focuses on employer partnerships and relevant job skills that align to career opportunities in the local, regional, and state economy. With your continued help, CTAE can continue to and better address rural workforce needs, and we need not throw the baby out with the bathwater to do it. So how do we do that? First, I'd like to just take a second to recognize and to thank all of our CTAE professionals that are in the room. We have superintendents, we have directors from local systems, we have teachers that are in the room. And we're all here today because we want to see what's best for students, and we want to see that continued partnership with TCSG and our post-secondary options in that process. But first, we can look to what Kentucky did when it found out that transfer simply didn't work. We can create a CTAE steering committee charged with fostering collaboration between the Department of Education, TCSG, USG, and other stakeholders to determine statewide unmet needs for CTAE and identify opportunities for collaboration between K-12 schools, colleges, and communities. And we don't have to stop at a statewide steering committee. These groups can be assembled and fully engaged on a local level like school climate committees to assess and respond to local needs in rural areas. As Commissioner Arthur noted yesterday, we're already working together with TCSG. Formalizing that relationship in communities around the state can allow us to make greater strides. Also, we can provide tax incentives to employers who are willing to sponsor youth apprentices and interns from our CTAE programs. We appreciate and we are appreciative of Representative Lumsden and Chairman England's House Bill 402 in 2016 that provided for reductions in workers' compensation insurance premiums for work-based learning sponsors. Incentives like these do work, and there's more that we can do. We can provide funding to convert part-time CTAE directors to full-time in local school systems. Often in smaller systems, these individuals are wearing multiple hats such as assistant principals or coaches, and it reduces the time that they can connect with local industry. It makes me think back to the example that I gave you at the beginning from Stevens County. Teresa Phillips is the CTAE director there, but she's also an assistant principal. Possibly those 8 students who were placed in industry could have been 16 if her full efforts could be placed with CTAE. We can expand externships for CTAE teachers to learn more about their local community needs and to bring those experiences back to their students. We could also increase funding to hire additional school counselors and encourage those counselors to assess community workforce needs as part of their process for advising students. Just as a note, school counselors as well as school nurses are part of our CTAE program. And just as we are already focused on extending CTAE instruction into elementary school, we can extend core technical and soft skills, like those discussed yesterday, into lower grades. Skills like keyboarding and robotics, interpersonal and basic business etiquette, and problem solving and time management. And as we heard yesterday, those efforts cannot start early enough. We are proud of the work that our CTAE teachers are doing to prepare our students for the workforce and beyond. And we're excited for the opportunity to continue to work with you to build upon the strong foundation that you and your predecessors have built in CTAE to better serve rural Georgia. Thank you.
All right. Very good, Dustin. Thank you so much.
you.
Just want to see if folks have any questions. Dominic?
Well, I'm more about the comments so much as putting somebody on the spot, but it is clear that your education and high school years spent in CTAE were preparing you for the irony of being here to defend what you stand for, and that was an awesome job on your presentation.
Thank you.
We did all the polishing in Bear County while I was there. So.
Great job.
They gave him a good start in Dawson, but we polished him up in Bear. And Dusty, you made the comment about y'all being here for whatever's best for the students. Just want to make clear that we are as well. And I don't think that's up for debate with either anybody's ideas, but I think we all want to make sure that we're doing whatever's best for the students to prepare them for life.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, Dustin, we appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Joel Mackey with the Georgia VOAG Teachers Association. And Joel's a big old boy, and he sat in the middle of the row, so he had to squirm out over there. Joel, of course, represents GVATA, and I know my ag teaching friends across the state, when we were having the discussion back during session, were very engaged, and we had numerous phone calls and discussions with our folks there, and I want to take a second to publicly thank our ag teachers for their patience with us and letting us kind of have a discussion without getting too excited. But what's great about it is when we do start discussing things like this, is the passion that they and others have is incredibly obvious through the discussions that I had on the telephone and in face, person to person, not only with ag teachers, but with all CTAE instructors and program directors and everything else. But Joel, thank you for being with us this morning, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. It's an honor to be with you. Once again, my name is Joel Mackey, and I'm I've got a frog. I'm the outside government affairs representative for the Georgia Vocational Agricultural Teachers Association. Today, and I appreciate the opportunity for us as a group to collectively discuss this idea that was first embodied in your report last year, and then became House Bill 778. Today, I'm going to try to talk about, I've got them in front of me, maybe I won't have this bad habit of turning behind me. I want to talk a little bit about our organization, GVATA, what that means. Talk a little bit about kind of the assumptions that I'm beginning my presentations from. These are based on the text of 778 and the white paper that the chairman put out last year on the bill. And then my charge today was to talk about both the pros, the potential positive outcomes of the move, and also the concerns with a potential move, and then what are the alternatives. So I want to try to follow that outline and charge as much as possible. Just a little bit more about the organization that I represent here today. We have 451 active ag teachers. So that means from your young farmers to your middle school teachers, your high school ag ed teachers. That doesn't include the vast number of retired ag educators that are doing other things in our industry. They serve 333 programs throughout every corner of the state of Georgia. And the student population, which is incredible since I was a student, there's 71,000 ag ed students. A little over half of those are 9 through 12, and a little bit smaller group of that is in our middle schools, so mostly students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And what does that mean to the blue and gold jacket that many of you have worn in previous days? There are 42,000 FFA members. By comparison, when I was a senior in high school and I was involved in FFA, there were 17,000 FFA members. I'll let you guess how long ago that's been. But it's almost 20 years. We have grown every year, and it's just an amazing population. And I'll put a plug in, and we'll talk about it in a minute. A lot of our FFA members and those 451 ag teachers are up in Indianapolis or on their way to Indianapolis for the National FFA Convention. I hope when they get home next week, you'll be able to hear some of the awards we've won in your local communities. But I do have a few ag teachers with me today. I'll let them raise their hand. Appreciate them being here with us today. As part of that student enrollment, we have 34 pathways, and I want to break those down just big picture into a few different clusters because I think they're important for your local communities. We have an animal science that would include small companion, that could include equine science in North Fulton, poultry science in certain parts of our state, ag mechanics, so that's small engines, welding, electricity, and a variety of other things in that space. We have diversified agriculture, food science, forestry, natural resources, plant science, and horticulture. So as you can see, just as our state and the agriculture in our state is diverse, we've developed clusters that meet that path, that meet those needs. So to me, it's important to kind of start with some basic assumptions. Now, obviously, things change. If this moves forward, your report could make changes. A new bill may be different. But these are the assumptions based on the text of 778 and the white paper that Chairman England circulated last year. And things that does not change based on that. CTAE teachers remain local Board of Education employees. The principals and counselors in those high schools continue to serve in the similar path that they are serving now. QBE funding stays the same, though maybe the accountability mechanism for the Ag Ed part of that or CTE part of that changes a bit, but the actual funding mechanism stays the same. The Perkins funding split between TCSG and DOE, once again, initially would be unchanged. And this is critically important for my ag teachers, the idea of having a highly trained CTAE teacher going through PCS certification, that would also remain unchanged. But what we believe we know based on the text of the bill and the white paper, where there were some changes that were articulated there. Teachers will be teaching to new standards that will be developed as part of the transition. They would potentially be teaching new TCSG developed courses. TCSG would become the state eligible agency for federal Perkins funds, so that's just changed from where we sit today. From an Ag Ed perspective, accountability for extended day, extended year funding would move over to TCSG. And I want to pause there and level set and make sure, extended day, extended year has been a huge component of the success of ag education over the last 20 years. It's the portion that allows ag teachers to work 11 and 12-month contracts and work that extra hour in the day. So that allows them to go to the livestock shows, the FFA camps, the leadership events, things that add value, very specific value in soft skills, entrepreneurial skills, the three-ring model that makes ag education so special in Georgia. And that is a key component. So those accountability standards would, we believe, change under the proposal, or could change under the proposal. And then the CTAE leadership and state staff would move from being under the direction of DOE to moving to TCSG. Moving to, like I said, part of my charge was to talk about pros or potential positive outcomes and potential concerns. Things that we alerted to as we were reviewing the bill last year is we are always concerned, and I think this is true for anybody in CTAE, we want to align our standards and our what the students per population we're turning out to the workforce needs and communities, and we think there could be potential further alignment there that comes out of this for certain selected pathways. Probably it's kind of harder for us to see all of our pathways that would occur, but perhaps with some. One of the things that has been challenging for us over the past few years is that as we've moved to more move on when ready, more of our students are leaving for dual enrollment in their junior and senior year, so it's harder for them to be involved in FFA or continue some of their supervised agricultural experiences. One of the comments that was made about this is this has the potential to bring more of those students back in to high school classrooms for junior and senior year so they can be more involved in CTSO. That's certainly something we would want to explore because we certainly think the FFA component of Ag Ed is certainly a critical aspect, or of Ag Ed is a critical aspect. One of the other ideas that has been discussed is how do you sustain long-term budgetary support for CTAE? We want to do that. What puts us in the best position to do that? And then one of the things that was in House Bill 778 is it gave additional assessment tools for Ag Ed finishers, and we think that was a good thing as well. But we also have some concerns with the move, and those were articulated to many of you last year, and I'm going to try to do them very high level today and then just mainly alert to a list of things we would have to work through rather than take a deep dive on all of those. So the first thing has already been alerted to by our prior speaker. It's just the overall mission alignment between what's occurring in Ag Ed and what the stated mission and vision of TCSG is. For right reasons, TCSG's mission is to develop globally competitive workforce. Their vision is to be acknowledged as a world leader in technical education. Right now, they don't offer agriculture. They have not historically offered ag programs in all of their institutions. They have a few select places in the state where they offer agribusiness, agriculture technology, food production, golf course management, horticulture, landscaping, and turf grass management. But by that at present, that's not in any way kind of a comprehensive offering at each institution. And when you compare that to kind of what we're doing now from our mission and vision, our customers, our students are going to a wide array of final destinations. Some of them are going back to the farm. They're going back to fruit and vegetable production, running poultry houses in your parts of the state. And those skills that they learn, the business management skills, that might be the most they get. So we certainly have some pathway completers that fit that. The number that was thrown out earlier today was 40% of all CTAE pathway completers go on to a university or college. I don't know that number specifically drilled down for ag, but I would suspect it's similar in number, and that's critical because these students go on to be our agronomists, our poultry scientists, the things that we need in on the professional side of agriculture. Our most popular courses in high school are really science-based courses, not really the technical welding, electricity type courses, but it's the sciences. So basic ag science, animal science technology, biotechnology, general horticulture, and plant science. And as you saw already, over almost half of our students are middle school students, which is not a current population served by TCSG. And one of the things we're most excited is about you as the General Assembly enabling us with Senate Bill 330 to start a pilot program for elementary education. There'll be 17, I believe is the final number, someone could correct me, but 17 elementaries that a year from now will be doing ag literacy with an ag ed. That is amazing because what middle school and high school and elementary can do is they can teach ag literacy, and they can teach about careers, about agriculture generally, not at the level that a technical school might be expected to do at a high school level. Well, that's more, what does it do to change our program? But we also have to think about how it changes the brand. Right now, people come to Ag Ed and they think they can be a part of FFA and they can do anything they want to do. They can take those Ag Ed, be an FFA, and they can go be a stinky lawyer. No offense, Chairman Powell. That's aimed more at me than anybody else. But you can do anything you want to do if you go through Ag Ed and FFA. You can be that poultry scientist. You can be that agronomist. You can go on to that University of Georgia job. What does this do when you put it under the technical school? We're concerned first and foremost about how students and parents perceive placing their students there and their ability to continue on to college. And I just finished a term as the president of the Alumni Association of the College of Ag and Environmental Sciences. And one of the things I heard over and over meeting with our dean, and I suspect Dr. Bridges could say something similar, is we need more people going into some of our sciences. We need more people going into our poultry sciences. One of the best pipelines to doing that is through the FFA. And so we don't want to discourage that. And we have such unknown long-term about how, if you realign TCSG standard based on new standards, whether they can continue, how colleges will perceive that on a go-forward basis. So I'm going to hit these really quickly because I don't want to run out of time. But there are other concerns, and frankly, there's always concerns about the unknown, right? And that's so much of what the debate was, I think, last year. What will happen in 5, 10, 20 years from now? So some of this is just things that are coming to me, coming to our leadership, and I need to at least let you know about them as we try to figure it out together. First of all, we don't perceive that TCSG has any real experience with our FFA, CTSO type programs or SAEs. And those are critical components to not only our successful program, but also to student success, which is what we're here about, as Chairman England acknowledged. The soft skills that are learned with FFA are critical. The entrepreneurial skill, I know y'all have had sessions on entrepreneurship. The idea that I learned how to make, my first project was showing pigs, trying to make money. You can't make money showing pigs, but Sam might know that. But there is real opportunity to learn some basic entrepreneurial skills that way, and we don't want to lose that as we reorient our standards. We have area teachers. We have 4 in each region, so there's 12 total. It's critical that those area teachers remain in place. They are helping new teachers recruit, retain, teach, be kind of master teachers for them. And we're concerned about if you put them in with new mission and vision, would they have to serve a broader population under TCSG, or would they even continue to exist? Right now, those are funded through our local boards of education that are strategically located based on our regions, and we'd be concerned about how that partnership could continue. Young farmers, we have over 40 young farmer programs in the state, and y'all have done a tremendous job, the General Assembly, of adding, I think, 10 back in the last 4 years. They provide important adult education for our communities, and if you move them, there's concerns about how those standards would change. Would they be required to teach more courses and spend less time on individual members' farms? One of the things that we heard regularly was we like having a state school superintendent that's our elected official that we answer to. And I'm going to sing some kudos for Superintendent Woods. He has been to every one of our state FFA conventions. He's been to every one of our teacher conferences. In the 4 years that he's been there, he has continued to talk about the importance of ag education in FFA. Now, that's not always been the case, and we understand that we haven't always had that level of support. But among ag teachers, among my members, they like knowing they can come to you to talk about their issues, but they also like knowing they could have a relationship with a state school superintendent. And the loss of that creates a lot of concern. We worry about when all the current employees would transfer to TCSG, but as they continue to roll over, would there be new leadership? Would the same focus be on hiring people with ag ed credentials and backgrounds? And then finally, Perkins Funds match would not change. I started with that. There's just concern over time would more of Perkins Fund move away from the historical DOE programs to more of the TCSG programs. So I want to be aware of my time. The last part of my charge was to talk about alternatives. And y'all, I'll never give the state of anything. But if I was ever asked to give the state of ag ed and borrow that from our new program manager, Mr. Hughes, who's just came on the job, but having talked with him, I think we would say the state of the ag ed program in Georgia is pretty good. We have record FFA membership. We have great engagement. We think, based on the responses we get from the ag community, we're turning out the right mix of workforce, people going back to the farm and college prep. If anything, what I get from the dean and others is we need more poultry scientists. We need more people coming and getting 4-year degrees on very precise type course, science-based courses. But we that's not because we're not focusing on that. I think it's just a matter of a challenge. But we think we're turning out that right mix, and we're relying on our industry partners, our EMCs, our farm bureaus, our agribusiness council to hold us accountable if we're not, and we're simply not hearing that. We think the codification of the three-ring model in Senate Bill 330 was an important step that y'all took this past year and the governor signed on the stage of the FFA convention. Now, I say that and sing our praises. We can always do better, and I want to say that probably the biggest challenge that we're facing is getting enough people to be ag teachers, to come in and want to teach and stay teaching. So how do we recruit and retain more teachers? We think the extended day, extended year program is a critical part of that. Y'all have continued to give to that program. We still, because of our growth, and it's really a growth product, we're still wound up $179,000 short for FY19. We'll be hopefully asking you about that as we get ready for the session to start. But that is one of the ways. The second part of your recommendation last year, and I've quoted it verbatim, was to increase part-time to full-time and new position coordinators for CTAE. And we think that recommendation is good. And you did some of that last year by adding young farmer position and doing some other things. So you fulfilled that. We think that continues to be one of the right recommendations, is fully funding extended day, extended year, so we can continue to recruit and retain outstanding folks, and then continue the recommendation that you had last year of adding strategically folks to support our programs. So I'm going to pause there, and hopefully I have addressed the questions that were posed to me initially, but also see if I have an opportunity to address any questions y'all might have.
All right, I'm going to make a comment to start off with. Joel is a former state and national FFA officer. We don't know what happened, what went wrong with him going into law school and all of that. So my apologies to his mom and dad.
That's right.
And all those, his ag teachers and everybody else that were involved in his life. I don't know where it went so horribly wrong, but anyway. Any questions from the council? Dominic?
On the comment about the state school superintendent, Richard Woods, and having that relationship that you have with him, and clearly seeing how Georgia is changing politically, and to not get too harsh on what's happening politically, but unless a lot of people come to their senses, it's probably going to change in the next 10 to 15 years dramatically. And you may have a state school superintendent that has zero interest or compassion or concern about the area of CTAE and ag education. What happens then? And then you possibly come back to this legislature and say, you know, we're not real crazy about the relationship we have with our state school superintendent. And so what are your thoughts on the flip side to that?
You put me on a hot spot right here now. You know, I'll try to be delicate, but I think obviously we can all see, y'all are much more politically attuned than I am, but we can see the changing demographics and other things. There's some of that regardless, because as I understand it, and this someone in the room that's smarter on this than me can address it if I'm incorrect, the TCSG commissioner is still going to be subject to some political aspect of a new governor, and as we elect a new governor, going forward, either whether that's 4 years or 4 years now or 4 years from now, and so those political concerns about connectivity or about the change in the political environment are, to a certain extent, exist there as much as they do with the superintendent of schools. I think at least you had to talk about here and now. The feedback I got last year from teachers was right now the notion that we could organize and potentially vote someone out, or at least have an impact on that election, is pretty significant in their mind, and that's really the best way I think I can answer that, is the fact that he's coming to them, he's engaging with them, and if they didn't like that, they could make a different decision in the ballot box, and there may be aspects of that there's some risk with that as well.
Dominic, I would add that we have had a couple of superintendents in the past that were big challenges to ag education in particular, and to career technical education as a whole. One of those, our folks in Ag Ed and the other CTSO organizations and teachers in those fields worked very hard with one of the superintendents, but however it took almost 4 years to change the mindset there, and it was a tough slog to get through that. And as we've had the discussion as well, as we know that TCSG will always be focused on career development and teaching skills, and that's kind of where I've been coming from in the discussions I've been having, is that we know that organization will always be focused on that, and a superintendent may or may not be focused on that in the future as well. But I mean, those are things we'll continue to talk about. Any other questions, Joel? Well, while y'all are fussing, Sam, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard some concerns that in some areas of the state, Move On When Ready has impacted some of our CTAE programs, where we get the kids in the programs early, but then they disappear on us when they get in their junior and senior years, and we're losing them. So our numbers are going down in those areas. Is that a true statement, or is that a question for somebody else, or
Yeah.
Could you comment on that?
There are probably people that can talk about numbers, Mr. Watson, Representative Watson, better than I can. Having a hard time not calling you Sam. I apologize. they can talk about numbers the same way, but I think anecdotally, we are certainly seeing with Move On When Ready is increasing dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is taking students out of traditional ag ed courses on juniors and junior and senior year of high school. The actual numbers of FFA members being down, we haven't actually seen a number of FFA membership down or seen a number of student enrollment. Those numbers continue to rise as a group. Now, if someone did a drill down, I'd have to do some digging on the drill down if they're lower in junior and senior year. But as a group, we are still continuing to see. I think obviously there's a lot of there's a lot of smarter people in the room on this subject, but dual enrollment is a unique challenge in many ways. Obviously, it provides a lot of positives. I'd defer to Dr. Wall and Mr. Woodard and others in the room that'll speak later that probably can address the machinations of that a little better than I can.
Clay, did you and Miss Penny finally figure out who was?
Let's not say that I won the fight. For certain, I probably lost it.
You didn't. You ain't won the war.
I promise you, not with this lady. But one of the things that she and I did talk about would like to stress is congratulations on the 96.48% graduation rate. That is great. It can do better, but not much. I wanted to thank you for the overview of looking at. I mean, clearly where your allegiance lies is, as Chairman mentioned, is where our allegiance really does lie. Nobody likes change. I mean, nobody that I know likes change because I'm old enough that most of my peers are now set in their ways. And the fact that you made mention, as the Chairman did, that our number one priority is the outcomes of the kids that we're talking about, and for workforce development, for education, for college, for technical schools. Right now, I don't know where what the best avenue is, and I appreciate you bringing both sides of the picture, because really and truly, I think everyone in this room, the outcome of the students is most important, and everything else is kind of secondary.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Joel, thank you for let me pick on you a little bit, and thank you for being here today. Thank you. Our next presenter this morning, Dr. Barbara Wall, spent a large portion of her career as the CTA director in Houston County, and now she serves as the CTA director for the Georgia Department of Education. We did hear from Dr. Wall last year as we were traveling around, and we've asked her to come back and kind of update us a little bit and give us some of her thoughts on the subject as well. So, Dr. Wall, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Chairman England. Thank you, council members, for allowing us to be here. I would like to say, in addition to working many years in Houston County, I also worked in Baldwin County in the Career Tech area. I was Career Tech Director there, and prior to that, I was in Wilkinson County. Wilkinson County is pretty rural. I spent 14 years in Wilkinson County as a home ec teacher and as the Career Tech Director there. So I certainly do understand about the vast differences in Georgia when we look at serving rural Georgia, metro Georgia, and all the hub cities and things like that. I've got real experience in those areas. But I do want to thank you for allowing me to be here today and allowing me to share thoughts from the Georgia Department of Education on this topic of moving CTAE to the technical college system of Georgia. We do enjoy our working relationships with Commissioner Arthur, Martha Ann Todd, and all the fine folks at the Technical College System of Georgia. We look forward to continuing our partnerships and our mutual respect. But I must be quite upfront with you and honest with you. We do not see the necessity for making this move of Career Tech to the technical college system of Georgia. We do know that the Career Tech program is working very well within the K-12 educational system, and we can't see how merging the two will improve the opportunities for students in rural Georgia. Career Tech and Ag Education serves 591,172 students. This is 62.0% of the high school population and 55.46% of the middle school population. These CTAE students are reflections of all types of students. Students of different abilities, from special needs to gifted, students who choose different post-secondary opportunities, students who go straight to the military, students who go straight to a career. We have students that enter registered apprenticeship programs, other students enter the technical colleges, and some of our students enter the university system. The pathway to success is not the same for all students, but with Career Tech and Ag Education, students can be successful. I want to show you some students that are real Career Tech students from Georgia. The picture you see before you now is Will Treadwell. He's a 2014 graduate of Rockdale Career Academy. He chose to begin his career immediately after high school. He's now an officer of the Conyers Police Department. He was able to take the knowledge that he gained from his high school and go on and be successful in his efforts at the police academy. The military is another option that Career Tech and Ag Education students choose after high school. And Clayton Shivers, a JROTC career pathway completer from Troup County High School, did just that. His pathway prepared him well to enter the prestigious United States Military Academy at West Point. 11.7% of Georgia's pathway completers choose to attend the technical college system of Georgia as their post-secondary option. The dual enrollment program in the Ag Mechanics pathway at Southeast Bullock High School helped Jake Howard to find the perfect career fit in the electrical industry. He had no interest in a career in electronics until he took Ag Mechanics in high school. He graduated from high school in May, and he's almost finished with his degree from Ogeechee Tech. This is DeAndrea Wiggins. She chose to attend Georgia State University after graduating from North Springs High School in Sandy Springs. 36.96% of Georgia's Career Tech students choose to attend the university system after high school. DeAndrea discovered her love for technology through the web and digital design career pathway. She's now majoring in computer engineering at Georgia State, minoring in computer science, and interning with the Fulton County Schools Help Desk. Georgia has 9 career and technical student organizations. These organizations are vital to our Career Tech programs. They include FFA, FBLA, FCCLA, TSA, HOSA, DECA, Skills USA, First Robotics, and CTI. CTI provides meaningful leadership and employability experiences for students with disabilities through our Career Tech programs. Last week, I received a thank you note from this young guy that's on the screen before you. This is David, and he is from Harrelson High School. He has gained a lot of confidence through his experiences in CTI. He says he's able to look past his disabilities and realize the capabilities that he has. I'm not sure what opportunities are available at the technical college in the area of special needs. I'm sure that there are some there. I'm not sure if they are as vast as the ones that we have through the high school programs. All of our Career Tech programs and our Career Tech student organizations help students to gain confidence and develop employability skills, just like being on time, working as a team member, solving problems, and so forth and so on. Employers remind us often of the importance of these soft skills, and they can certainly be developed through our Career Tech student organizations. Now that you've seen a picture of the variety of students that we serve through our Career Tech and Ag Education programs in Georgia, I would like to address the 3 questions that Chief of Staff Bearden asked me to address, and these questions are listed here before you. What are the advantages to moving CTAE to the Technical College System of Georgia? What would the move look like? And is there an alternative to a complete move? I must be honest with you, the first question, what are the advantages to moving Career Tech and Ag Education to TCSG? This is a difficult question for us to answer. Without knowing details of the move and without knowing what the standards the technical college will be charged with establishing for Career Tech and Ag Education program, this question is just a very difficult question to answer. We know that a few years ago, Clark County School District tried to have the technical college as the sole provider of their Career Tech and Ag Education programs. I don't know the details of that, but I know that that did not work as well as they thought, and they are moving back some of those courses to the high school. I also know that there are some other states that have tried a similar merger that did not seem to work well. The potential advantages that are cited in the white paper about this move can be accomplished without a move. The second question, what will the move look like? Standards for all of the Career Tech and Ag Education courses will be controlled by the technical college. We think this is probably in an effort to make sure that the courses and pathways are aligned with the expectations of the post-secondary institutions and the needs of industry. But we question, is this necessary? There's a process that we have in place already for developing Career Tech courses and Career Tech pathways, and this includes a collaboration with the technical college, with USG, and with business and industry. The process includes these folks being at the table as we develop and revise courses, and before any courses are approved by the State Department of Education, we have a well-known board member that calls to find out for sure that business and industry was certainly involved in the courses as they were developed or revised. And nothing is approved unless that criteria is absolutely met. Together, the Georgia Department of Education and the Technical College System of Georgia have created 48 programs of study. This shows the alignment of our courses. In addition to creating statewide CTAE pathways, we work with local districts to create some local pathways. 2 recent examples of that are the locally developed pathway that Frito-Lay needed in industrial maintenance, and another one is an international business pathway that was developed for the needs of the many international businesses that are in Troup County. Using the processes in place for developing the CTAE pathways assures that Georgia Department of Education CTAE career pathways are of high quality, they are aligned with the post-secondary institutions, and they are aligned with the needs of industry. Something else that we may see if this move does take place, we would see the QBE funding controlled by the technical college. The QBE funds earned by CTAE students will be transferred from the Georgia Department of Education to the technical college. The technical college will then transfer those funds to the school systems if they meet these yet to be established standards. This looks like a lot of unnecessary transferring, and additional staff may be necessary in order to accomplish the extra duties here. When we look at the total Perkins allocations, we'll look at the total Perkins allocations being controlled by the technical college. The allocation that Georgia receives is a total of $42,715,039. Currently, this is split 50-50 between the secondary Georgia Department of Education and with post-secondary TCSG. The split 50-50 is actually not in line with what is typical in other states. Other states tend to split the funds between the secondary and the post-secondary based on enrollment. The secondary enrollment in Georgia is 591,172 in 180 school districts, and the enrollment at the technical college is 13,455 in the technical colleges, and there's 22 of those. Georgia currently serves as a state eligible agency. We are proud to say that the most recent federal audit of Perkins funds, which occurred in fall of 2016, indicated that we had a very clear audit. The merger of CTAE and TCSG looks like a move to a one-size-fits-all solution to career education. For years, we have tried to create a more local control and more flexibility for our school systems, but the merger produces a loss of local control and a loss of flexibility. Actually, some people have described it to look like an operational nightmare. We would have TCSG holding the purse strings, creating the courses and program standards, and basically calling the shots of the career tech programs. But the local school leaders would have the responsibility of maintaining the labs and equipment, evaluating the teachers, disciplining the students, and so forth. Local administrators will be serving two masters, Georgia Department of Education and TCSG. Both will have their own requirements to meet. In many of the states that have tried a merger, local district administrators had no control over the CTAE programs, so they gave very little attention to these programs. Division was created between the career tech teachers and the academic teachers. The merger might look good to some on paper, but reality may be different. Other states that have experienced this merger have, according to their state administrators, many times they see the control as being lost. They see professional development suffering. Georgia's the only known state that has the type of professional development opportunities that we have in place for our career tech teachers. We have a resource network. It's the Career, Technical, and Ag Education Resource Network. This provides professional development opportunities for all career tech teachers, whether they are in rural Georgia or metro Georgia. Lack of equipped labs became a reality in some of these states that we've talked with, and many times the secondary programs received secondhand equipment. I think that it's really important for us to learn from other states before we take on a big move like this potential merger that has been discussed. Our third question is there an alternative other than a complete move? The short answer to that is absolutely yes. CTAE educators realize to be effective, we must provide, in order to be effective and provide the best opportunities we can to students, we must engage in partnerships with many different people, business and industry, the Technical College System of Georgia, USG, and others, including economic developers. And we've got Kevin Shea here today. He's the Executive Director of Economic Development, and some of our economic development friends are here. We've been working on the topic of economic development among career tech for the past 3 years, and we really see a strong connection there. They've asked me to serve as their chair of the Workforce and Education Committee. I'm very excited to do that so that we can make more connections in this area. There certainly is a lot of work that goes on that can be connected there. What we can do other than move career tech and ag education to the Technical College System of Georgia is, I want to make sure I'm on the right slide here, I'm ahead of myself here, y'all. One thing we can do is pretty much leave things alone. We can increase the existing successful collaborative best practices that we already have in place. And you see many of these listed here in front of you. Many of these best practices have been in place for a long time. They're tried and true, and we can show much success. Some of these are very new, and we're beginning to show some success with these programs. A second alternative that we could offer is to develop an opt-in regional pathway consortium designed to benefit rural counties. Rural schools that opt in would have the access to create and build a capacity for more robust career tech pathways. The regions that we could use could be the regions that we have already, RESA districts. The consortium would need to consist of leadership teams that include staff representing economic development, Chamber of Commerce, TCSG, USG, and the Georgia Department of Education. We would depend on our TCSG and USG partners to provide and serve these rural districts in ways that we cannot do currently. There are many benefits to these two alternatives. One is the opportunity to build stronger, more robust pathways in areas that are having difficulty here. It expands opportunities for students in the dual enrollment arena. And we could have content experts in some of our schools that are lacking some content experts teaching our students. We also could see that there would be an allowance for the strong, robust programs in rural Georgia, like our ag programs, to continue to operate successfully as they have been. Our students would stay with their advisors of the Career Tech student organizations, and the other items that are listed here would leave the control with the local school districts. It would also leave the Georgia Department of Education structure in place as it is now. For the past 3 years, we have put a great emphasis on economic development, and we've created a lot of interest, a lot of momentum in this area. Here you see a group of our Georgia teachers. They realize that what they do every day in their classrooms have a big impact on the workforce in Georgia. They also understand that economic development is critical to strengthening our communities and that CTAE is at the heart of economic development. Our teachers see the impact their work has on their city, their county, and even their state. They see the impact CTAE has on the workforce, and they understand their role and how they can make a difference. Let's keep the momentum going with Career Tech that we've created. I'm afraid that if we make a move, that takes quite a while to go through that process, and we would slow down that momentum that we have created. As you decide ways to improve opportunities for the rural Georgia students, we ask that you keep these summary points in mind. Career Tech and Ag Education serves all students, not just students going to technical colleges. Moving CTAE to TCSG will stall the momentum that we have built. The proposed move creates more bureaucracy, less control, less flexibility. Secondary CTAE has suffered in many of these states that have tried mergers before. The other alternatives that have been proposed can certainly work better, we believe, than making a move. And we've got evidence that Career Tech and Ag Education is working well as part of the K-12 educational system. The Georgia Department of Education will be announcing very soon that our graduation has gone up. Once you get pretty high, like 96%, creeping up even higher is more difficult to do. We are at an all-time high now of 96.48%, and we do appreciate each of you as legislators. We appreciate the support that you have given us through our Career Tech and Ag Education programs. Without you, it would not be possible to have a graduation rate as high as we have in Career Tech and Ag Education. Okay, may I address any questions that you have?
All right, questions or comments? Chairman McCall?
Thank you, ma'am. I have a couple of questions, I guess. And I get the local control, and I get the whole fact that from kindergarten through wherever they wind up, the whole purpose of education is to create a workforce that is available to whoever wants to move here and get a job or work in an industry or agriculture or whatever in the state. And the student success is the main point. How, you talked about the division even between an English teacher and a CTAE teacher exists now. I will submit to you that in certain cases, and I have dealt with one in my district locally, that there's a division between the high school and TCSG. Turf protection, if you want to go that far. That the high school is not cooperating as much as it should with the technical college. It is across the road. How, if you're going to leave everything up to them wanting to do what they want to do, how do you make that particular or those particular high schools participate with TCSG to get the student to the successful point that he or she needs to be? And if all of those alternatives you popped up there are so great, why ain't we doing it now?
We're actually doing a lot of those alternatives that are listed. There's a lot of great work, a lot of cooperation going on between high schools and the technical college in many different areas. I came from Houston County. I can't tell you of a better cooperative spirit there than in Houston County. I've seen that firsthand. That's great. Dr. Allen is the technical college president there, the school superintendent, and I've worked under 4 different school superintendents. It didn't matter who was there. They always had that good relationship that was built on trust and communication, and they can pull these things off. Other districts, there are some districts that do struggle with that. But I can assure you that when I was in Houston County, what I saw were decisions that were being made based on the best interest of students. There wasn't that tug and pull and, we don't want to do that because we want to keep these kids here. We're trying to look to see what can best be served. And in a lot of our rural districts, they're begging for help. They just don't really know what to do sometimes.
Can I ask one more, Mr. Chairman? I commend you on the 96.5% graduation rate, but that's a number. Is the 96% all got a tax-paying job when they graduate?
Not when they graduate.
Or are they sitting around looking for a job because they don't have a skill set that somebody wants to hire them to use, where they might have learned a skill set if they had been allowed to go to a technical college?
Well, the
during high school?
96.48% graduation rate are the students, all the students, whatever pathway they've gone in. And these are students that have some type of skill when they graduate because they're pathway completers. They've taken at least 3 courses within a pathway. So they have developed some skills. For many jobs, they're going to need more skills. They need to go on to the technical college or on to the university system or on to some job training programs. But I can't tell you that every single one of those are employed, and certainly not immediately after high school because many of them go on for other training.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Penny?
I'd like to comment on Representative McCall. I think that thing about cooperation can go both ways. I know in my counties that I represent, I've had trouble with the schools don't think the technical schools cooperate with them by, maybe not showing up when they're supposed to and calling and not keeping up. We've had lots of problems with the high school thinking that they didn't cooperate with them. So it works both ways. On this Perkins money, I know the state decides how Perkins funds are split. Now, you said there were 13,000, you put some numbers up there. I think the Perkins fund in the state is 42 million and it's split 50-50.
Right.
Okay, so the technical schools would get 21 million, roughly. And then the state, the others 21 million. Mm-hmm. Do y'all ever have any excess funds left over from spending Perkinson money?
No, ma'am.
Does the technical school, because do they have any excess money left over?
I'm referring to Commissioner Arthur. He's shaking his head
Okay.
no.
And why is it not spent, like QBE, why isn't it allotted? I don't understand the split.
Each state can decide to do that
Yeah,
in the
I
manner that they
understand
want to.
the rationale
That was
behind the
decided
split.
many years ago.
Okay.
I was not a part of that. Some of you that have been here longer than me,
I mean, when some of our rural schools desperately need the money, I don't think my county it's gone down every year. I don't think we get but about 35,000. One of my counties, I'm not sure what the others get.
and that's based on a funding formula.
Uh-huh.
Once we get our
I was
share,
on the
then there's a
school board at
funding
one
formula.
time, and it might be more now. I don't know. That was, I'm not gonna say how many years ago. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? All right, Dr. Wall, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Since we did rearrange the schedule just a little bit, we have one more presenter before our break. Jennifer Zenth with the Education Commission of the States is going to kind of come let us know what some other states are doing and what some other states have done and some of the results there. So we appreciate her coming, and I know she traveled a ways, but I'm not exactly where she traveled from. But even if you're in Northwest Georgia or Northeast Georgia, you've traveled a ways to be here. So, Jennifer, thank you for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chairman England. I actually traveled from Colorado. I actually work for an organization, Education Commission of the States, that serves state education policymakers across rural groups across the 50 states. So I regularly travel to present. In addition to legislative committees, I also speak to state boards of education, higher education groups, sometimes governors' convenings, and so forth. And I'll give a few more words about Education Commission of the States before I get into the content of my presentation. But I was asked to speak on 3 questions. 1, if a move was made, what are things we need to consider? 2, have any other states done this, and what were the outcomes? And 3, is there a hybrid model that we should look at? And I wanted to make one more statement before I move into my content. I wasn't asked to speak on dual enrollment, but in my role at ECS, my time is split between high school and transitions to post-secondary issues and STEM topics. And dual enrollment is far and away the topic that I spend the most time working with state policymakers on. So if there are questions after I get through my prepared content, or if I can do a follow-up conversation on dual enrollment, I'm more than happy to do that. And so Education of the States, as I mentioned, is an organization that serves education policymakers on topics from the early grades through post-secondary and the workforce. And so this is very much a topic in line with what I work on in CTE, where it serves both secondary students and those students who have transferred on to a technical college or university. It's also why dual enrollment is a topic that I spend a great deal of time on, because it doesn't live in K-12, doesn't live in higher education. It's a close collaboration between those two groups. And we're a 501c3. We don't lobby, we don't take sides on issues, we don't advocate for states to take a certain approach, but we put unbiased information to the hands of policymakers like yourselves and say, here's what other states are doing, here are the lessons learned, good, bad, and otherwise, and here are some things you might want to consider as you move down the road. And so we do this in several ways. If you go onto our website, ecs.org, you'll see research that we've conducted on a variety of issues. You can type in career technical education and see an assortment of reports that have been done in recent years. We also do customized research, so on an almost daily basis, I'm putting together memos we receive from agencies, staff, governor's offices, legislatures, and so on, wanting to know, we're thinking about doing blank. How have other states gone about doing this, and what should we know as we're moving down this road? We provide counsel to states presenting in committees like this one, also testifying, also providing some ahead-of-the-game counsel, such as, we're going to introduce legislation on blank. Before we draft the bill, what should we know? And then convening. We convene state teams on individual topics. We also do larger convenings across multiple states on a variety of topics. And so you can see here from this map, I don't know how well you can see it from the back, but there are basically 4 different ways that states house CTE, that establish a lead agency for career and technical education. And you can see here from the map, those 35 states are states where the State Department of Education is the lead agency for CTE. And this, you might be wondering, like, why is it so many states that have Department of Education leading CTE? And it turns out that this is kind of a leftover from the early days, back in 1917, when the very first federal legislation was passed to support vocational education, as it was called at that time. At that time, relatively few students went on beyond high school. We didn't have the network of community colleges that are present in states today, and where students did go to post-secondary, more often than not, they were going on to a four-year institution that had less of a focus on CTAE topics. It was more traditional academic disciplines. I should also note that Iowa is colored in as purple, one of the 8 states where CTAE is housed in a post-secondary institution. Iowa's an outlier because they have both K-12 and the community colleges all under the Department of Education, but it just so happens that the CTE director is in the post-secondary, is in the community colleges office rather than the K-12 office. And so we have 4 states where there's a standalone agency, these yellow states, Idaho, North Dakota, Oklahoma, and Arkansas, where a separate entity, not post-secondary or the Department of Education, oversees CTAE. And then there's one state, Washington State, where they place oversight of CTAE in their workforce board. And so I talked actually to the CTAE directors in 8 states, 3 where it's housed in a post-secondary agency, 4 where it's a standalone agency, and also in Washington State, because I wanted to get different perspectives from people who are living and breathing this work every single day. What would work well if Georgia were to make this move? What would they need to be thinking about? And how is it you're coordinating secondary and post-secondary CTAE to make it work for students? And I was also looking into, to what extent have these 8 states I talked to already made this move that Georgia's proposing from K-12 to post-secondary? And I found out that in Idaho, North Dakota, and Oklahoma, where there's a separate entity overseeing CTAE, it's always been that way since the 1940s or whenever it was that that agency was created. In Colorado, CTAE has always been housed in the community college system office. And in Washington State, it's always been within the workforce board. So there were 3 states I talked to where at some point in history, CTAE governance was moved from the Department of Education or another entity into another agency. And so I'll unpack a little bit what the reasons for those moves were. When I spoke to the CTAE director in Arkansas, she said that she was not in her state role in the 1980s when this move was made, and most of the staff who were in her office also weren't in their positions at that time, so it's mostly anecdotal on why this move was made, but she's heard anecdotally that it's a legislator who was unhappy with how he felt CTAE was being treated. He felt that there was less of an emphasis on CTAE when there was more of a focus at that time at the department on academics. And he felt that it was necessary to move CTAE into its own agency in order to maintain a focus on working with workforce and business and industry. In the 1990s in Kansas, CTAE previously was in the Department of Education, which is where the community and technical colleges were at that time. And it wasn't so much a move of CTAE from one agency to another, but the community and technical colleges were moved from under the oversight of the Department of Ed to the Board of Regents. And when that move took place, CTAE was one of the programs that moved with the community and technical colleges. And then in the 1990s, prior to a legislative change, there wasn't, the CTE was moved and was housed in the Department of Education. There wasn't a typical college system. And so again, when that legislation changed in the 1990s to create a separate technical college system, CTE moved out of the department along with that college system. And across these 8 states I talked to, there were processes and structures in place to ensure coordination between secondary and post-secondary for oversight and coordination of CTAE programs. And some staff also noted that they were coordinated with dedicated staff in their Department of Education or in another agency to make sure that there was that alignment and communication taking place. And I'll speak for a few minutes about what those activities look like in just a few states. So in Kansas, where the Board of Regents oversees CTAE, there's one staff person at the Kansas State Department of Education they coordinate with on standards and curriculum and so forth, work with local teachers. In Washington State, they have staff in 2 agencies other than the lead agency. There's one person at the Department of Education, the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction. And then at their technical and community college system, there's an entire division that's overseen by a director. But the Washington State CTA director emphasized over and over again in our conversation, there's constant communication, constant coordination among these three entities, and they really view CTAE leadership as a three-legged stool. It's not just one agency that's running the ship. In Louisiana also, while they have CTAE leadership in the community college system, they have several staff at the Department of Education who are actively engaged day in and day out with schools and districts on various Perkins-related activities specific to budgets, reimbursements, approval of proposals, program monitoring, and delivering professional development. And again, Louisiana also commented that there's ongoing communication across both agencies. In North Dakota, where they have a separate agency, the Department of Career and Technical Education, the leader there says that he coordinates on an ongoing basis with their Department of Public Instruction on various CTE topics, including the development of standards. And he commented specifically that right now they're working on computer science and cyber technology standards for implementation in secondary schools in the state. And as part of that process, they're bringing together his staff from the Department of Public Instruction, and both CTE and non-CTE teachers who are computer science teachers to all inform the development of those two sets of standards. In Arkansas, where they have a separate agency that was created in the 1980s, she says there's no staff at the Department of Education or the Department of Higher Education right now, but they coordinate very closely, again, with computer science to make sure that those computer science standards that they have developed are reflected in math and science courses so that high school students who complete selected math and science courses can apply computer science credit towards their math and science graduation requirements. That said, and she says that this is a very good relationship between the Department of Ed and her agency. She foresees more collaboration taking place, and she sees it advantageous both for Department of Ed and for her agency. But there is potential change on the horizon in Arkansas that I'd like to point out. Governor Hutchinson, who is up for election in November, has made a proposal this past month, 2 or 3 weeks ago actually, to consolidate state agencies from the current 42 to 15 cabinet level agencies. And I've linked to his press release. If this is going to be made available afterwards, you can read the full press release. And under this proposal, both Department of Education, Department of Higher Education, and the career agency would all be under one roof. And then the press release, the quote, the rationale for this as being more modern and efficient way to operate state government without cutting any services. And the CTA director said that if this move were to take place, she thinks that coordination would continue as it has been going, and perhaps it would be even more advantageous that there would be more ongoing consistent communication between those three agencies that are already all participating in some way in CTA oversight and delivery. And then to pivot a little bit from development of standards and oversight to the day-to-day curriculum that really drives what students are learning and walking out of classrooms when they graduate from high school, go into a community college or four-year institution. In Louisiana, any career pathway that's funded through Perkins dollars, since 2012, the curriculum has been developed through a regional team. And you can see here that it's a combination of secondary and post-secondary partners, community folks, representatives of business and industry, and then also representatives of special populations. And they meet 4 times a year to determine which career clusters they're going to focus on, because they can't do everything all at once. They year by year identify a separate focus, and they make a business case for here's where we're seeing a growing industry in our community where we need to update equipment and materials, curriculum, and so forth. In North Dakota, they described a process where actually local schools develop the curricula, and it's approved by the state's CTAE agency as meeting state-level standards. And they're actually looking at, they don't right now have off-the-shelf curricula, but they have been using engineering by design curriculum for years, and they're thinking of a similar off-the-shelf model to create less work for school districts, specifically in ag and construction trades. In Washington State, they say that local control is religion there, and so it's, again, a local district process for developing curriculum. but the State Department of Education provides guidance. And there's in each region a separate industry council representing business and industry folks in that area. The person I spoke with, the state CTAE director, commented that in Washington State, many students never move 25-mile radius outside of the community that they grew up in, and so that regional process is extremely important for folks in their state. And she also commented that industry partners play a very significant role in informing the development and modernization of CTAE curriculum to make sure that students who are leaving those programs, either in high school graduation or when they enter in a community college in their region, it's very much aligned with what the workforce needs in that community. And then in Idaho, again, where they have a separate agency that oversees CTAE, they've been undergoing a huge alignment process over the last 3 years, where again, they bring together secondary, post-secondary, business and industry representatives from that specific occupational area. They've been going program by program. They're about 50% of the way there. They sent out a criticality survey after they talked to all of these folks to say, okay, what's most important, what's less important to you? And then they design the skill assessments based on the results of that criticality survey. And the CTAE director in Idaho said this has been an extremely useful process in his state to make sure that those programs are aligned from secondary to post-secondary and post-secondary into the workforce, and that now he can go back. They're creating statewide articulation agreements so that if they can go to a high school instructor and say, here are the skills that are going to be necessary for success in this first semester college course. If you teach those skills in this high school course, this course is going to transfer for credit in any of the technical colleges in Idaho. In Washington, the state CTE director wanted to also talk about the role of her office in doing data collection analysis and policy recommendations based on the outcomes of those data. She noted that her office is responsible for a state plan and a performance accountability structure for the 16 CTAE programs in her state, and that these data inform a consumer report card called the Career Bridge, and I've linked to it if you want to go check out the website. It's not just for informing legislators and other policymakers, but it's used by secondary and post-secondary instructors and even students to say, where do I want to go and what is it I need to know and be able to do for the next step in life? And based on these data and research in coordination with other two agencies, they develop policy recommendations not only for their legislature, but also their state boards of education and for Congress. And so I asked point blank to these 8 CTEA directors I spoke with, what would be the benefits of your approach versus another approach? And so for the folks who have their CTEA housed in a post-secondary agency, specifically in Colorado, the CTEA director commented that it's extremely helpful to have a single staff person in her office who's the point of contact both for secondary staff and for post-secondary staff on that particular career cluster. So health sciences, STEM, business and marketing, whatever that career cluster is. And so that the folks on the ground know who to go to if they have a question or a concern or want to raise something to the state level. And she also commented that when her staff from the community college system office meet with representatives of business and industry, the business and industry people know that they're not talking to somebody from high school, from post-secondary, from whichever sector, but somebody who represents that particular occupational area. And she feels that that's a valuable messaging for business and industry partners. And then looking at, I don't think this is something that Georgia's looking at, but just FYI from the folks I spoke with who have CTAE housed in a standalone agency, they talked about the benefits of that model for coordination and alignment, that every staff person who's employed in that office is working with both sides of the sector, with both sides of that industry sector on that coordination and alignment. That conversation is always taking place. And that it's also helpful to have a single board that agency reports to for governance of CTAE programs. There was a nice quote from the North Dakota CTAE director that I asked his permission to share with you today. And he said in our phone interview that if Career Tech Ed is housed in its own agency, that agency never loses sight of the fact that its focus is on career and tech ed. And so again, I'm not advocating for that. I just thought that was an interesting insight that I didn't want to miss the opportunity to share with you. And the last part of my presentation are considerations that the 8 directors in these states spoke about. I said, I shared the legislation that was shared last year, as well as the FAQ document, and I said, if Georgia were to make this move, what are some things that they would need to be thinking about, or what would any state, frankly, need to be thinking about if CTAE oversight were moved from one agency to another? The first one, probably not surprisingly, that came up was funding. And as has been mentioned by previous presenters, the state may need to be thinking about what's an appropriate split of Perkins funds to make sure that all students, regardless of which sector they're in, are being well served by CTAE programs. The Kansas administrator, as I mentioned, in Kansas in the 1990s, CTAE was in the community college system, which was housed in the Department of Ed, and when community colleges were moved to the Board of Regents, the CTAE programs moved along with them. She said that there have been changes to funding over the years from the state for CTAE, but it was completely unconnected to this governance change. And across the board, CTAE, all directors also noted that technology and equipment is constantly changing in many fields, and these are pricey expenses, and that regardless of where CTAE is housed, policymakers need to be cognizant that demands are always changing, and to keep up with business demands, switches in technology and equipment need to take place as well. They also talked about, regardless of which agency CTAE is housed in, that clearly the value of CTAE needs to be communicated to folks at the state level, to folks who are doing this work on the ground in school districts and community and technical colleges, and also to students and parents who are the beneficiaries of good quality programs. And they also raised the concern that there may be a need to actively address perceptions that CTAE is less than or different than or separate than academic pathways, particularly when states are making concerted efforts to integrate academic standards into CTAE programs. Some folks also raised the concern that moving CTAE out of the Department of Education could in some way lower the stature of CTAE, and that was just one thought that was put out there. They also talked about the need to communicate the rationale for this change, that it's not simply change for change's sake, but there's a good reason for students, there's a benefit to students and to programs if a change is being made, and it needs to be communicated to the agency staff, both on the secondary and post-secondary sides, and again, to those people, the instructors and students and parents who are living and breathing this work day in and day out, just to make sure everybody understands why the change is and what the benefits are for everybody involved. Specifically, the director in Washington State talked about her three-legged stool and the value that each of those 3 perspectives brings to the quality of CTAE programs in her state. Just as a reminder, it's the Office of the State Superintendent, the Technical and Community College System, and her office, the Workforce Training and Education Coordinating Board. They're all concerned about CTAE and the quality of programs, but they all look at it from a different lens. Oops. And she said that her office, which is the Workforce Board, looks at these programs through an economic perspective more than an educational perspective, whereas her partners in secondary and post-secondary tend to look at programs more through an educational perspective. And as a result, linkages need to support these goals of all 3 of these stakeholders and support the transition from post-secondary into the workforce. Some CTAE directors also emphasize the value of institutional knowledge and the importance of relationship building regardless of which agency ultimately is housing CTAE. And one leader in particular noted that if the relationship between the old agency and the new agency, if a change is made, isn't already there, then a relationship is going to have to be built. And that agencies that are coordinating with CTEA delivery need to have a shared understanding of the state's plan as well as the policy and procedures manual, and that ideally with new Perkins and the requirement for a new Perkins plan to be developed at some point in the future, it would be ideal for that plan to be co-written by the quote-unquote old and new agency so that knowledge isn't lost on what can potentially benefit students. One of the CTAE directors also commented that oftentimes when program is moved from one agency to another, some folks don't want to leave their old agency and they may leave the organization altogether. And as a result, there's a risk of loss of institutional knowledge that can be really instrumental to informing a new state plan. So he was just raising that flag. Although the Kansas State CTE director commented that in the 1990s, after the legislature moved CTAE, or they moved the community colleges into the Board of Regents, there was a concerted effort to build relationships with the two-year colleges by Board of Regents leadership. And so they made a state visit to every two-year college in the state and offered the opportunity for administrators from that college to say, this is who we are, this is what we're about. And it went a long way to helping both the two-year college people understand that the Board of Regents really cares and knows about what I'm doing, and help the Board of Regents staff understand here's the value that this program or this campus delivers to the community and the businesses and industries it's serving. A variety of CTE directors also talked about the importance of this ongoing communication. I've mentioned that throughout this presentation on a variety of topics, in particular curriculum development and ensuring that standards are integrated into CTE curriculum. One CTE director also pointed out the importance of communication to make sure that you don't have dual tracks being built where one agency thinks the other agency isn't doing something, so they start doing it on their own. And also the importance of ongoing communication to absolutely avoid any sort of adversarial relationship between the two agencies. A couple of the presenters commented on the number of secondary students in Georgia who are in CTAE programs, and one state director in particular commented on the importance of understanding child development. And the idea was that if oversight is moved into the technical college system, and many programs are serving students who are in the middle grades or even through an elementary school. They didn't want that loss of understanding of child development to take place, because a program that's delivered to 7 or 8-year-old, 10-year-old, 15-year-old is going to be very different from a program that's delivered to an 18-year-old, a 25-year-old who may be more of the traditional recipient of CTE coursework. The director in Washington State also cited a study that was published 15 to 20 years ago that was looking at, regardless of the specific topic of the program, when a state agency shifts, or when oversight of a program shifts from one state agency to another, there can be up to a 2-year loss on average of delivery of service for a variety of reasons, and she just wanted to raise that concern for this group today. Because it takes a while for the new agency to understand the practices that the old agency may have taken for granted. The study found that, and I don't know the specifics of the type of program that the study focused on, but for a while, LEAs, school districts, were left to their own devices while the state figured out who was responsible for what and how to go about doing what. And they found that under the old program, there were many positive relationships that were not codified, that were based more on personalities and relationships, and those had to be rebuilt over a couple of years after the change in agency. And so the Washington State director commented that to kind of work around some of those challenges that were identified in this study, the new agency, if a change were made in Georgia, would need to develop an understanding of the why the old agency was doing what it was doing and how it was doing, even if the new agency decided not to adopt those particular practices, just to understand the reasoning behind that. And she also encouraged the state to consider the old agency as part of the team if a change did occur. And again, she commented on meaningful communication as helping to mitigate some of these delays in services. So that ends my organized remarks. I'm more than happy to answer any questions here or follow-up questions that may take place after today's event.
Okay, questions from the panel? All right, John.
Thank you, Ms. Zenith. Is that correct? I've got a younger brother. He's got a saying that the best knowledge that he's gained in life is through mistakes that have cost him money. I prefer learning from other people's mistakes. It's a lot cheaper. One of our previous speakers mentioned something about Kentucky. Was under TCSG or maybe a standalone agency, and now they have went back to DOE.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to why they made the move back?
I do not, that took place in 2013. I did not know the rationale. I reached out to Kentucky but didn't get a response to do these interviews that I was doing with some other states.
Okay. Other questions? Back to your map. So we've got 7 states that have it housed at post-secondary.
I think it's maybe 8 states.
8.
If you, it would be 7 states, I think, if you take out Iowa. So it's housed in post-secondary in Montana, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin.
Okay, and then 4 standalone and 1 under the workforce board.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And I should add that even in those 8 states where it's housed under post-secondary, they do have different structures. So for example, in Minnesota, they have the Minnesota state system that houses all their 2-year institutions, as well as some public institutions, those that are not under the University of Minnesota system, which is governed separately. In Wisconsin, they have different agencies for their technical college system and the University of Wisconsin system.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for traveling such a long way. I know it's probably not real easy to get here from Colorado. It means changing a plane or two at least, more than likely. So just wish you safe travels when you head back the other direction.
All right,
But
thank you.
y'all, let's give her a thank you for.
Thanks so much.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break, so be back in here at 10:05. Please take your seats. So, our next presenter is someone that I've had the fortune of working with for a very long time at home in Barrow County. Kerry Russell has retired now from being our Career Tech and Ag Ed coordinator in Barrow County. We used to call it vocational supervisor, but anyway, that kind of dates us a little bit. But Kerry has been one of those individuals that I could always call and talk to about different ideas or things that we were thinking about in the General Assembly, and quite frankly, well before my tenure started in the General Assembly, we had many hours of in-depth conversation, sometimes sitting out front of the school board office on the front steps, a time or two, as a matter of fact. But we'd ask Kerry if she would come today and just kind of give some of her thoughts on the proposal that we're looking at or thinking about, or offer criticisms or constructive ideas or whatever. So, Kerry, thank you for being with us, and I'm glad you're here so I can ride with you back home in a little while.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad to have the opportunity to be here this morning. I'm here to speak in support of the transfer of career technical agriculture education from the State Board of Education to the State Board of Technical College System of Georgia. Some might say that due to my retirement in 2012, that I'm too far removed from CTAE to have a relevant opinion. But I would counter that, as many of you know, have known me for a long time, my heart has always been with CTAE, still is, and I would like to consider the longevity and sustainability, and most importantly, student success, economic growth, and development, and that they are still of great interest to me. I would also argue that being totally immersed in anything can influence your perspective. And objectivity and distance sometimes can give you a larger, better view. In the early 1990s, amendments to the Carl D. Perkins Vocational Act of 1984 created Tech Prep Education Act. This provided guidelines and funding for Tech Prep program development. There were 7 essential elements identified: articulation agreements between secondary and post-secondary institutions that outlined how post-secondary credit could be earned from courses successfully completed in high school. A 2+2 program of study that aligned 2 years of high school with 2 years of post-secondary study. A tech prep program of study that addressed local needs. Joint staff development for secondary and post-secondary instructors. Planning for inclusion of special needs populations. Services to ensure students understood tech prep, career options, and access to those opportunities. That was in the 90s. Does that sound familiar today from what you've heard earlier? I would say so. Consortiums were formed that included secondary, post-secondary, and business representatives to facilitate the implementation of those essential elements. I was directly involved with that. Now I'm showing my age. We were fortunate to have post-secondary institutions ready and willing to work with us in Barrow County and in our regional area, which included Gainesville, Hall County, and some surrounding counties. However, it was not without challenges, even with all of us on board. Other areas in the state were not as fortunate. Some strong partnerships were certainly formed and still exist today. And there were pockets of success, but not the expected wide state success. Noted at the time was a lack of cooperation between secondary and post-secondary state and local staff. I want to believe that it was a lack of communication and a lack of opportunities to communicate. Moving CTAE to TCSG would infinitely increase the opportunity for communication and collaboration among state staff and model the expectations to the local school systems as well. If you jump ahead to 2009, the passage of Move On When Ready came to be. This act provided not only definitions for how high school students would earn post-secondary credit at post-secondary institutions while still enrolled in high school, but it also provided a funding system, and dual enrollment doubled over the next several years. But again, pockets of Georgia were more successful than others. Educational initiatives and models are notoriously slow in getting implemented to the fullest extent in all schools. Because of Tech Prep and Move On When Ready, there is already so much in place at both secondary and post-secondary levels. We've seen a lot of progress, a great deal of progress due to tireless efforts of the CTAE and TSCG leaders, staff, and instructors. I believe that moving CTAE to CTSG can fully implement the intent throughout Georgia in a shorter period of time. The Georgia Department of Economic Development's Workforce Division recently merged under TCSG. One objective they have is aligning workforce education and training in in-demand jobs. The mission of TCSG is to provide technical, academic, and adult education and training focused on building a well-educated, globally competitive workforce for Georgia. The CTAE mission to prepare Georgia's future workforce by providing experiences for Georgia students that will prepare them for workforce success. Are these not the same? This is yet another reason I support moving CTAE to TCSG, to join the Department of Economics Development's Workforce Division in breaking down barriers and making this a reality in Georgia. Preparing all students for college, career, and life, a vision for Georgia's Career Technical and Agricultural Education Program, FY 2019 through FY 2023. It's a publication by the Department of Education and included the following CTAE values. Teach students relative job skills that align to career opportunities in local, state, and global economy. Align pathways to meet both student and industry needs. Remain innovative and be flexible. Be flexible enough to allow programs to be responsive to students and to align to industry standards. CTAE is committed to being a part of a larger integrated educational system. Our focus is to build relationships at the state level so that we are working as one team for the benefit of all students. Our students deserve to have access to high-quality programs and be taught by quality instructors who have real-world knowledge in the field they are teaching. We must always take a student-centered approach in our decisions, strategies, and investments. All of these values support the move to CTSG. How better to accomplish these than through a system that includes CTAE, CTSG, and workforce development. Coincidentally, one of the CTAE long-term objectives is to design and build a new brand to promote the benefits of CTAE. The brand can only be strengthened by the addition of TCSG and the Workforce Division as benefits of CTAE. The benefits of moving CTAE to TCSG are many. Ensuring that Georgia students have the same opportunities is always a challenge. Combining efforts toward these same goals can mean less duplication, better facilitation, better use of funding, identification of new opportunities, and better communication. Initiatives tend to change and go away with the funding. The ability to ensure sustainability is much stronger with a single focus and invested partners. With CTAE, TCSG, and economic development working together and in proximity to each other, there can be more communication, better interactions and dialogue, and more input and buy-in. Industry certification, youth apprenticeship, end of pathway and credentialing assessments can be strengthened with a better use of advisory committees through combining CTAE and TCSG. This is a real opportunity to examine the commonalities and reduce duplication. Often the CTAE students are prepared in their academics and their skills, but not in their maturity going into a post-secondary institution. I believe these students can be better served with CTAE and CTSG working together to identify these needs and work with these students. Business, industry, and community leaders are often confused about how secondary CTAE can begin to meet their needs. Strong alliances at the state and local levels can send business and industry a strong message that meeting their needs for growth and development is a priority in Georgia's Department of Economic Development, but as much so in CTAE and TCSG education. Modeling this partnership at the state level will show strength, expectations, and direction to local CTAE directors and instructors. CTAE is innovative and has done much to integrate career into not just middle and high schools, but K-12. The move will position CTAE to be more innovative and better meet the needs of the workforce because of combined resources and research. The longevity and sustainability of secondary CTAE will be bolstered by the fact that CTAE is an integral part of TCSG and workforce development, and thus the future of Georgia. The opportunity to break down barriers and share successes is a win for Georgia. It's human nature to fear the unknown and resist change, but we have the same goal of educating and building Georgia's workforce. There's a power and sustainability in combining these entities. I heard the three-legged stool referred to earlier. I already had it, I'm gonna use it anyway. We know that the stool needs three legs to be stable, and I believe that CTAE, TCSG, and the economic development are those three legs that are needed to support the workforce development and economic growth of Georgia, and that I believe that all of our students and industries in Georgia will benefit. I learned a great deal from an extraordinary mentor many years ago. And it really stuck with me because it was just 3 words, and I've used it in all facets of my life. The words, try another way. I'd just like to conclude by reiterating that so much has already been accomplished, that there's only more success coming. Industry and business are changing rapidly. We now have an opportunity to have even larger successes for more of Georgia's students and for the workforce for years to come.
Is that all you got to
All
say?
I got.
That's the shortest winded I've ever heard you.
Well, I thought that might be appreciated.
Brevity is always good. Any questions or comments? Well, evidently you said what everybody wanted to hear or needed to hear, or are they thinking hard one? I'm not sure sometimes with this crowd.
Okay.
In all seriousness, so thank you for taking the time to come. I know you and, like I said before, you and I have shared a lot of conversations about a lot of things, and I'll just make the comment that that I've never known you not to have the student's best interest at heart in everything you've ever done, from the time that I remember you still as a teacher in high school up through your role as you retired, and even today as you continue to help out our local system and others when they call needing some help. And you've always put the students first, and I've always greatly appreciated that. And I know a lot of students have too. They may not know exactly who to owe a lot of their success to, but you're certainly one of them, and thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Well,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for the opportunity to speak.
Next individual we've got with us today is a fellow that when I first knew him, he had hair. He doesn't have hardly any left except on his chin now. But James Woodard started out as an ag teacher and grew up in South Georgia and has migrated north out of the NAT zone and now just south of us in North Georgia in Morgan County, and has risen to be the superintendent there, former director of CTAE at Department of Education, former ag education director at Georgia Department of Education as well, and I consider someone that's a good friend and someone that was in the trenches with us. As we talked a little bit a while ago about some of the superintendents that have not necessarily been our friends through the years. James was president of the GVATA about the same time I was president of the FFA alumni, as we had an audit that wasn't real flattering come back on our program, and James was leading the fight in the trenches to stabilize our program and move it forward as far as Ag Ed was concerned. And James, good to have you with us today, and thank you for making the drive as well.
My pleasure, Representative England, and I did remind Representative England this morning to be nice to me, and the hair comment did not start it off that way. But as I say to a lot of people, not everyone can wear a haircut like this. You've got to have a pretty head to do that. So thank you for allowing me to be here today, and thank you for your time and attention to this most important conversation, one that I'm very passionate about, and probably the passion lies deeply because of the trenches that Representative England spoke about, of us together being in over the past 25 years when I did have hair starting off. This was a, yeah, I'm being nice, okay. I'm holding up to my end of the deal. This has been a very hard presentation to prepare for because it does test a friendship with Representative England and I, and I'm sure we are going to live through this test, as we agreed 25 years ago that we would have the opportunity to disagree, but at the end of the day, we would still be friends, and that's exactly where I think we'll be at the end of the day. My prayer prior to this conversation today was that I would come to you with the right tone, of inspiration to not make this change, but also with the right tone of appreciation to all the agencies that work together to prepare our students. Representative McCall and I have had quite a few conversations over the years, and he has always been an encouragement and support for agricultural education, for career technical education, and that's still going to be the case at the end of the day. I've come to really admire Commissioner Matt Arthur with the Technical College System of Georgia. So some of my comments today will absolutely be relative to the relationship that we've created over the past year, as he has helped Morgan County in a great way. But in doing so, I will bring out some of the challenges that I experienced as a career technical director in Newton County and a superintendent in Morgan County, and delivering services to our kids. I stand here, and I was asked not to give a lot of history about my positions, but Representative England already did that. But I do have a deep, rich historical perspective, all the way from being an ag teacher in Jeff Davis County to being the state ag education director to being the career tech director in 2005, when with one of those superintendents that was spoke about earlier, we had a great opportunity for a conversation, as we say in our office. And that conversation at the end of the day was, I want you to create the excitement for career and technical education to the same degree that you've created in ag education. And so in 2005, we set forward, and many of my staff members that are here today, or my former staff members that are here today, we had a great task of re-engineering career and technical education. And I stand here today very proud of the numbers that Ms. Wall spoke about earlier, and the numbers that Mr. Mackey spoke about earlier with ag education. And I stand here on the eve of going to Indianapolis tomorrow to to see my son participate in the as a national finalist for beef proficiency when in 1990, 92, 93, when I was an ag teacher, Georgia would be very fortunate to have one finalist, to know today that Georgia has 25 finalists, and my son is one of those finalists participating later in the week. That's the type of progress that has been made in ag education, and that's the type of progress that's been made in career and technical and ag education in the past 20 years specifically. I was given two big challenges from Mr. Bearden about the questions I needed to address, and they were pretty straightforward. You know, what's my opposition? I've made it very clear to Representative England that I stand opposed to this move. And then what problems do I see? They didn't give me the opportunity to say any alternatives, but I decided I would bring some alternatives to the table as well. I think as I look back over my career and the first conversations as a young ag teacher with dual enrollment and technical college system, I think it was called something else at that time, Commissioner Arthur, technical colleges maybe, or technical schools, long time ago. The dual enrollment piece, I began just taking a look at trying to drive down to the difference in the two missions of the Department of Education and the technical college system. It's very clear in the mission of the technical college system of Georgia that it's to provide building a well-educated global competitive workforce for Georgia. That's a very admirable task, one that I think has driven, the progress has driven Georgia's economic development to the point it is. I know Morgan County is greatly benefiting from the Shire industry moving into Stanton Springs and now Facebook, and fortunately as a school system, we'll see the benefit of that. And we have the opportunity to play with those two partners in our high school. The DOE is a little bit broader in its mission. It's to provide a holistic education to each and every child in the state. And while I think it's important to recognize the difference, I think there's opportunities for us to create incentives to foster collaboration in the shared services where it's appropriate. And as I look at what we need to do today, it's really to look at the focus of TCSG being focused totally on workforce development, and DOE focused on career preparation, getting kids interested in being employed. That's not the case we see every day in our high schools. That's not the case we see in middle school. We are embarking on a new college and career academy, a whole school college and career academy in Morgan County. We just opened last Tuesday, a whole college and career academy focus. Morgan County High School, a Georgia College and Career Academy. We stand to be a replicated model for other rural districts that have the challenge of creating a college and career academy because they don't have 3 to 4, maybe 10 schools to feed a career center like the one we created in Newton County and many college and career academies have. So we've created this idea of understanding there's a part to play with the technical college system of Georgia through our technical college, but in doing so, there's other players in that game as well, Board of Regents, private institutions. We have a lot of dual enrollment with Georgia Military College for the academic aspects. So in doing that, we're trying to provide a solution of the shared services that need to exist, places where we can't afford as a school system to sustain a program of automotive, but working with Athens Technical College to come in and provide that. Or Athens Technical College wants to see an early childhood education program within our college and career academy, and they can't find the teacher to do so, so we certify our teacher under their certification pieces to be able to do that. That's the type of collaboration that we've created in areas where it's appropriate, and I think those grades 11 through 12 are the most appropriate areas for the two organizations to collaborate. I went back and looked at the FAQ for House Bill 778 and tried to tried to pull out some comments that, I just was challenged with. One was the only change for school-level CTAE. Teachers will be teaching new standards and potentially new courses developed by TCSG. I would say that the Department of Education since 2005 and the reorganization of all courses into career pathways, which is designed to lead a student to a certification piece has already been done, has been gone through multiple revisions since then, and is on that constant, in that constant change mode and additional career pathways that need to be added based on the needs of industry. I know Ms. Wall has gone through and added several career pathways. I think there has also been a lot of technical college collaboration in developing those standards. So this effort's already in place, and I would just say that the leadership and direction of an elected school superintendent and appointed TCSG commissioner could create mixed messages for the people with boots on the ground. I was a part of that mixed message back in the early 2000s when Governor Roy Barnes and former Superintendent Linda Shrinko, two different political parties, saw things really different, and I was in the middle of the mix of trying to please both, and it was a major reason my hair fell out, as well as my blood pressure going up. Now, there were a lot of other things in the mix of that, but I would tell you that that message really put a lot of questions of people who were boots on the ground of what they needed to do or not do based on those mixed messages. I've experienced, and I say this with a very high level of respect to Commissioner Arthur. I've experienced a horror story with a technical college. It started back in 2008, when I became the Career Tech Director in Newton County and was asked to create a college and career academy. And the college and career academies came out of the movement of Lieutenant Governor Casey Cagle through the technical college system to the schools, and our superintendent wanted to see a college and career academy created in Newton County. That was what I was hired to do. And by George, I was going to make it happen. We experienced very little support from the technical college at that time. We took the burden of the heavy lifting of creating this college and career academy application, only to submit it to the technical college for their signature to go to the competition, and then the money to flow back to the technical college, then flow back to us with only a few signatures to the technical college. That did not get any better when I went to Morgan County and we were under that same technical college, and I remember asking Commissioner Corbin to remove us and restructure us under Athens Technical College, where I thought we could receive more services. And that was not allowed at that time. And so we started the same heavy lifting of this college and career academy application with this specific technical college. And my folks got so frustrated last spring that they came to me and said, we're not going to be successful unless you can make a move happen. And so I wrote Commissioner Arthur a letter. I was asked by another technical college president to do so. If that was what, I think the request was we would do some courses, and I said, well, I have a bigger request than that. I want to change technical college. And now, there was a lot going on with that technical college, Commissioner Arthur. I understand the background now a little bit better, but we were not getting the services we needed to make this transition of students to workforce development happen at a greater speed in Morgan County. And you see a couple comments that I have up. We have become extremely discouraged with the services of ex-technical college. There appears to be a systematic issue with staff turnover, lack of direction, struggle to maintain long-term sustainable working relationships. We are disappointed in the lack of focus in helping building and developing our college and career academy. both a student perspective and a program perspective. My staff has been heavy lifters. And these were the comments that I made to Commissioner Arthur, and he entertained a meeting with me and my staff, and we went up and explained these examples to him a little more in detail. And basically he said, give me a week. In a week he made a change. And now we're with a technical college where we think we're going to be served very well, and a technical college that's willing to collaborate with us in those areas of the shared services. Problems that I see, I'm a very simple person. I use the KISS principle a lot. Keep it simple, silly, okay? Y'all were expecting something else, I know that, okay? Keep it simple, silly. I like to be a yes person. And when I can't say yes, I want to try to figure out a solution to getting closer to the yes collectively. I really, as a superintendent standing before you today, feel like this is going to add a level of bureaucracy to what we do in our system. Just the fact, if you look on the one of the next slides, the flow of the funds. You know, we currently have our own accounting system. TCSG has their accounting system. And for a superintendent and staff to actually work through two different account systems and to prepare for audits in relation to those, I think just adds a level of bureaucracy that's not worth the change. I think a bigger challenge is that chain of command for teachers and instructors. You're creating a set of standards by the technical college system, and you're putting them in the hands of the teachers. I would tell you that standards can come a dime a dozen. It's how those people deliver those standards that's really important at the end of the day. I've created a lot of standards in my life, but at the end of the day, I want an effective teacher, instructor, doing the best they can, delivering those standards. That's what really makes the difference with the students. I think there's additional request mechanisms for equipment, for Perkins, for space and building facilities. We have our own, DOE has its own facility outlay. We go through a lot of that every year and just trying to make sure we do that, bringing in another agency to help with that. I think from a collaboration piece has worked good on our college and career academy. But then the evaluation and accountability. You know, to just give the standards to the teachers, but not TCSG not have an accountability piece of how those standards are delivered and trying to mesh that with TKES, which is the teacher evaluation system, I think just creates a lot of confusion. And at the end of the day, I think the diminishing school control. I think that really hurts where we are. So I spoke already a little bit about the additional bureaucracy and the Career Academy funding mechanism experience at Newton College and Career Academy and Morgan County. I told Commissioner Arthur I was really disappointed in the lack of focus and help in building and developing our college and career academy from that technical college. My staff's been heavy lifters. We've done a lot of work only for the technical college to show up for the picture and the recognition of getting the $3.4 million grant. There are multiple collaborations that are already existing that can continue and be successful without this type of organizational merger. The dual enrollment students is a perfect example of that. Is it absolutely working great in every situation? No. Is it working great in some situations? Yes. Can it be improved on? Yes. Can we learn from some best practices? And a lot of times the adults get in the way of that. And I'm not sure that an organizational merger would enhance that or make it better quicker. The curriculum alignment, I understand that the technical college system already works with the Department of Education and looking over and giving oversight to the development of the standards. Instructor sharing, I spoke about how we have an instructor on staff that's paid for by us, that's an adjunct professor now of Athens Tech, that kids are earning dual enrollment. We also have a cosmetology teacher that we're paying for that's adjunct with the technical college, and they're receiving some pay from them and some pay for us. There's a lot of ways of doing this. and focusing in on the mission of each where it's appropriate to focus in on the mission. Facility sharing. We're opening our building up for the college to come in and teach classes. I mean, we received a $3.4 million grant for the College and Career Academy, but our project was $50 million. So we put a lot of other heavy lifting of funds into the facility so we all can enjoy it. And then the Career Academy development. If there's one thing that makes me nervous as we transition Lieutenant Governor Casey Cagle out, it's the potential loss of focus of the College and Career Academies. I think that has been one of the greatest movements that I've seen in my era, of my tenure, in being able to help develop the opportunity for the technical college system and the college and the high schools to actually come together. And I really implore you as legislators to do whatever you need to do to make sure that that mechanism of helping local systems embody that type of education for the students stays in place. I do have 3 recommendations. Number one is instead of spending all this time on this merging piece, and as I look at the FAQ, there's the common word of this. There's not going to be this change, or this won't change. It's only going to be the money or the power, the structure, or whatever will change. Let's focus on strengthening the current process for approving curriculum standards at both TCSG and GADOE levels, both back and forth. Let's just don't make it a one-sided opportunity. Let's make sure that the standards are age appropriate. Alignment is building a workforce pipeline philosophy. That's been my philosophy since I took on the Career Tech initiative in 2005. Is we've got to create a pipeline for workforce development, and that begins early with awareness, maybe at grades 3 through 5, and then extends into middle schools with exploration, and then in high school with a little different level of exploration at grades 9, 10, with some foundational skill development, and then getting into a higher level of development of skills in grades 11 and 12 where it's appropriate for TCSG and DOE to partner. Let's, in those systems, let's incentivize the partnering role rather than establishing a wholesale change, which I think at best creates confusion and blurred lines of responsibility. There are a lot of people doing a lot of good things. And let's incentivize those so that you become a profile, those programs become profiles of success for others to be like. I started a newsletter when I was the Ag Ed director called Profiles of Success. We wanted to grow the middle school program for ag education. And so that newsletter really focused on profiling successful middle schools to the point that the middle school piece is what's really putting the challenge on the demand for ag teachers in today's world, and has created that focus of moving middle schools forward and FFA membership forward. And then let's create standards of excellence, which involves TCSG as a partner, providing that funding incentive, lower class size requirements. A 28 class size requirement for a career tech class to teach 3 out of 4 on block or 5 out of 6 on them, that is almost in direct conflict with the number ratios for the technical college. So you really block your teachers in sometimes in being able to create those workforce development opportunities locally because of class size. And the funding piece provides good funding, but at the end of the day, the cost of operating these career technical programs are very expensive. I do have a few final thoughts. I have to ask myself in preparing for this is this really a power or political move to broaden the power of an organization controlled by an executive and legislative branch? I really appreciate the question I asked earlier about the elected school superintendent. I would stand here and say, even though I've been through the battle with 2 former state school superintendents and helping them understand the value of these programs, I'd take that challenge on over taking the battle with an elected governor who appoints the commissioner. It could get pretty hairy real quick, and I would say that I'd take that chance in making sure our programs were valuable and letting that be something that people build off of rather than going to battle with. Or as an educational move to better the services delivered to secondary students in Georgia. I think the intent, and I think I know the heart of Representative England, is he's been through some of these battles with us. His honorable intent is to position these programs to be able to withstand the political challenges that we faced. My challenge is, as changes take place, time diminishes the intent. And as we get further away from where we are with the group of people in this room, and demographics change and voting changes, we could easily move away from that intent and it be lost in time. By merging so students should be the focus, strengthen the current organizational structures to serve the students according to the missions of the organization. And by merging, you're essentially not changing anything except power, funds, and structure. I haven't seen a lot of focus on of improving performance outcomes. And unfortunately for me as a school superintendent, the bureaucracy increases. And if there's any one thing that I try to do is keep it simple. I'm very simple. I'm not complicated. And I need for my people and my school system to be able to keep it simple. So with that in mind, I know that I have the historical perspective. I enjoy changing things too. I learned a long time ago as an ag teacher, you don't change just for the window dressing. The change has to have a good plan, has to have a good plan of action strategies going into the plan. And until I see that better in the structure of the legislation, I would just, from my heart, I'd ask you to really reconsider this move and build on the successes that we have had versus the promises we may not have in the future. And I open myself up for questions.
Okay. James, thank you for your comments. Dominic?
Thank you for your presentation, and I was just sitting here listening to all this conversation, and even back last session when the idea was presented to move CTAE from DOE to TCSG. I thought about this during last session. I thought this would be an appropriate time to share it because of some of your comments. And if you're in education, you've probably heard this. And it's the tyranny of the or versus the genius of the and. And one of the quotes that's in there says, the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposed ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. And as you govern and legislate, a lot of times what we do is get locked into one idea or the other, as opposed to both ideas and do this and that. And Dr. Bridges mentioned that yesterday. We get in these silos. But it comes from a guy that wrote this back in 2014, and it may sound a little cliche, but it kind of changed my life because I'm bullheaded and I get locked into these little situations. But the tyranny of the or, the tyranny of the or is a concept touted by Jim Collins that dictates that one must choose from two seemingly contradictory strategies. And the example here is whether or not CTAE needs to be under Department of Education or the TCSG. And it just keeps going through my mind, the word hybrid, that there's the possibility of doing both, so to speak, but the opposite concepts is dubbed in the genius of the and that we can have both ideas percolating at the same time. So I guess this is to the committee and to the folks from the education and TCSG and Department of Education that I don't think it has to be DOE or TCSG. But I think that we can work together to find some combination that fits what's best for the students. So that's just.
And there are some great examples that are currently existing in the end. And I have great promise in the Board of Education of Morgan County and the Athens Technical College, now that Commissioner Arthur took a very tough stand and made a change that he saw would benefit us. I think that the position we're in now, we can flourish quickly and with great reward for our kids. It's not that, you know, I'm not adverse to change. I love change. I love going through change, and some of the ag teachers that are in the room today can remember some of the change I pushed on them a long time ago. But I do remember that change has to take on clear direction with a clear plan before you push the change out there. To change with the idea we're just going to make this change and we'll figure it all out later creates a lot of anxiety with a lot of folks. So the clarity of that plan needs to be laid out. I just need that clear evidence that these changes will make a difference for the performance outcomes of the kids. And that hasn't been sold to me yet.
Other questions?
Did I run Representative England out of the room?
Yeah,
Do I get the last word here?
he had a call, but since he's not here to defend himself, you can say whatever you want.
If I had to leave on one thing, I'd tell you that I really admire and respect the leadership of Representative England, Representative McCall, and I'm sure I would many of you others if I knew you as well as I did those two. But I know at the end of the day, his heart's in the right place, and whatever change is made, if it's made, will be thought through at a different level before it comes forward.
Thank you, Dr. Wood.
Yep. Thank y'all.
Our next presenter is Dr. Valerie Lowe of the Forsyth County Schools. She's Director of CTAE there. Welcome, Dr. Lowe.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Lowe, and I'm the CTA Director in Forsyth County. And on behalf of our school superintendent, Dr. Jeff Beard, and our Board of Education, we appreciate being able to come here to provide a different perspective, maybe to rural Georgia. We are definitely not rural Georgia, but we are a metro suburb of Atlanta. Like Dustin, I am a product of CTAE. I'm a product of the work-based learning program, and I'm a product of Forsyth County Schools. There's not many local natives left in our suburb Atlanta, our little city that we have, but I'm proud to be from the community which I now serve, as well as a different perspective. I was also an adjunct instructor at the technical college, which we dearly love in our own community as well, for about 15 years. So I put that perspective into my comments today. Most of you are familiar with where we are located, but we are a suburb of Atlanta, about 45 minutes from the airport, just north of town. And we have some of the, I will say, some of the strongest programs with CTAE in the state and even nationally. So we are one of the larger school districts. Something that makes Forsyth County unique and part of this discussion is we are heavily residential. So we are a suburb of Atlanta, so many of our residents who choose to live in Forsyth County commute to Atlanta for employment. So we're heavily residential, about 72% residential tax base and 28% commercial. So because of that, the conversation that we have is a little bit different sometimes than rural Georgia and the challenges that we have. In our area, technology, healthcare, and manufacturing are our largest private sector employers. And our international business focus is a large part of what we do, even in the school system. We train and talk to our teachers and work with our teachers K-12 about their role as economic developers. All of our teachers see themselves in that role. They know that we're producing future employees, but our students are going to different places, and we also recognize that. In my role as a CTAE director, I'm also involved in the economic development process with our chamber, with our county government, with our city governments in terms of site selection, business expansion, relocation, all of those factors. Again, we're at the table along with our Board of Regents counterparts, our technical college systems, and our K-12 systems involved in those conversations. We know that people move to Forsyth County not only to commute to Atlanta, maybe to work in Forsyth County, but also they move there because of the educational quality system that we are able to provide our students. So we recognize that, again, that K-12 impact on our students. One thing that we can say that I guess a lot of communities aren't growing. We are a community that is growing. We're growing about 3% a year. For us, that's about 1,500 students, which is really a school a year. So we are having a hard time, again, a different set of challenges from rural Georgia, keeping up with the growth that's happening around metro Atlanta. We are the 7th largest district in Georgia, and we have 39 schools. I'll talk a little bit about the focus of career tech, certainly in our district, but I think it's important. You've heard that over and over again, the impacts that we feel like that career tech is having on graduation rate. We are a system focused on relevance, we are focused on careers, and we are focused on student outcomes. Part of that is reflected, I hope, in our graduation rate and what we're doing and able to see these outcomes for our students. We are proud that 98% of our students who are in CTAE are graduating from high school. 100% of those students, if you factor in GEDs, are receiving services, we feel like strong services from our district. So we are focused on that career aspect and that student transition. As part of the presentation today, we were asked to talk about what we feel like should be or could be considerations that other larger districts or larger districts that have strong CTAE programs should perhaps consider as part of this conversation. Again, speaking from a different perspective of an urban community. For us, several areas of concern include the local K-12 alignment, that work that we do as a local system. You've heard it over and over again today, and the academic outcomes. What you just said earlier about, the and/or solution is a good example of that for us in terms of our relationship with University of North Georgia as well as Lanier Technical College, which we have a wonderful working relationship with. Also, the concern of CTAE teacher certifications and professional development. We feel like, given the great resources that we're provided by the Georgia Department of Education and our local district, that we were able to provide our teachers as well. The local role of the CTAE director. I think that's something that we've not really talked about as much as we probably should, as much as we should evaluate what's happening in local districts in that particular role. So I'll talk a little bit about that as well as our counselors. Our local connection to business and industry, CTSO impacts, you've already heard about that today a little bit, and then just the overall branding and community perception of CTAE in many school districts across our state. A little bit about CTAE. Again, in our district, we serve all students. We serve students who are going to two-year colleges, four-year colleges, technical colleges, military, and we also have a section of our students who are certainly going to work. That industry certification piece is something that we talked a little bit about earlier, we've listened to, but that's a strong area of our focus in Forsyth County to ensure that our students have something when they leave for us in terms of transition, and that industry certification and career pathways is so vital to them being able to transition directly into the workforce. This is kind of how we guide our work and guide our work in Forsyth County. This is our learner profile, and it's a K-12 learner profile that talks about just the educational pipeline for our students. So when our students graduate from high school, we want them to be able to do certain things, pursue continuous learning, have those strong personal qualities, utilize creative and critical thinking, engage and contribute, interact effectively. These are all things that we talked about yesterday and heard from about soft skills, those professional skills. But again, this is a K-12 emphasis for our district. Dual enrollment is also a large emphasis for our district. We have almost 700 students across our schools that are participating in dual enrollment with Lanier Technical College, Georgia Tech, Georgia Southern, Georgia Military College. All of those are in different regions of our state. So again, that and/or decision of Board of Regents versus Technical College system, to us, really we work with both systems very, very well. Again, that role of the educator as an economic developer, we realize that our students are eventually, no matter where they're headed right after they graduate, they're going to work. So our focus as a district, our focus from the system level, from the high school principal level, middle school principal level, is on that next step for our students and where they're headed next. This is probably the thing that makes us most unique to a lot of systems that you've heard from. Only 3% of our students are going directly to a technical college. That means that around 86% of our students are somewhere in a private or public 2 or 4 year Board of Regents or outside private institution. We focus on this a lot. Again, talking about outcomes, we have to do what's best for our school district. That's where that local control piece comes in. So we focus on, again, where are our kids going to school next, again, in our district. So we're probably the larger feeder to University of North Georgia. 2 of our high schools are the largest feeders directly to the University of Georgia. So again, those outcomes doesn't have to be and or we're serving both. For us, in terms of economic development, this work really began for us strongly in FY14. We talked about in our district that we knew we had to have a better response to post-secondary transition, and so we brought together our technical college partners, University of North Georgia, and our teachers, instructors, business and industry, and we evaluated and really stripped down our pathways to determine what we were offering, what we needed to offer, what did we need to be doing differently, and a lot of that was around that connection with our post-secondary partners at the time. We had a great relationship, but we knew as a district we could be doing a lot more to serve our students. So we looked at that alignment. We talk about alignment a lot in our district, K-12, our vertical teams. What are we doing at the high school around career pathways that also needs to be happening at the elementary and middle school level? Where are our kids headed next? We mapped out for every pathway in our district, we mapped out their options at the technical college as well as the Board of Regents school. Again, going back and learning where our students were leaving us and headed next. How did we help them make those decisions? How did we best market our programs to business and industry? Again, that's more of a local response for us in Forsyth County. Again, going back to what I said earlier about us being heavily residential. So that's a different conversation than other districts might be having. And then there were some other things that were happening at the same time that we felt like we needed a response to in terms of the growth of international business in our communities. And the final thing, and probably the most important thing that we were looking at, how do we best market options for kids to go to Lanier Tech, to go to University of North Georgia, other post-secondary institutions, so that they would come back to our community and work. That's very important, obviously, to me personally, but that's very important to us. We're great. We're raising some wonderful students, very smart, very willing to contribute back to a society, so we want to make sure that they come back to Forsyth County. This was something that was happening about that same time, and this was something that the Department of Education brought to Forsyth County to say, would you pilot an international pathway around manufacturing? Manufacturing is a large area of our industry base. So this was one local solution that could happen in any community. So I'm using this as an example. Basically tying a manufacturing pathway that we had never offered before with a German language, because we were heavily based with German companies, and looking at how that interaction should happen and how that should be a natural interaction between academics, that employment pipeline piece, and work-based learning. That is a critical piece, that work-based learning component that we've not talked about a whole lot today, but that piece was very pivotal to us because really a student can decide at that point in time, once they're in the field and in the trenches, is this for me or is this not for me? So that was important for us. One of our first completers to this particular pilot program was a valedictorian of South Forsyth High School. She's now a student at Georgia Tech studying engineering. So is this student going directly into Siemens, which is one of our partner schools, to work on the production line? No, but it did allow this student that exploration to know that she wanted to go on and participate in a career in manufacturing and engineering. So that district focus for us, again, this is not unlike any other district in the state, is around the academic piece, strengthening those post-secondary relationships, again, with both institutions, not just one, but for us, for both. That work-based learning piece, one of the biggest pieces for us in terms of work-based learning is also that cultural experience. Again, going back to us being a community of international companies, our students having that international knowledge to come back and explore those opportunities as well. And then our employment pipeline piece. How are we working with what we're seeing in our region and our community in terms of where our growth is? This is just an overview of our particular pathways that we offer in Forsyth County. Again, we have 7 really comprehensive high schools, and then some other options for students in virtual learning and other areas. But the one thing I wanted to point out with this is there are programs that we offer that are not naturally exclusive to the technical college system. A marketing student may go on to a 2-year marketing degree, but they also may be going on to a 4-year degree. Someone in accounting may want to be a CPA, or they may want to go directly to work. A student in culinary arts may want to go to a 2-year college to become a chef, or they may want to go to a Clemson or another university around hospitality. So I think as we think about the career pathways that we offer in our state, we have to think about there's different entry and exit points for every student. So every student is not going to be tracked one way or another, and this is something, again, that our system truly wholeheartedly believes in, that there are different entry and exit points for our students. Our middle school programs, you've heard about the growth of middle school programs in our state. Our community has probably some of the largest programs, again, because our administrators, our school board, our superintendent believes that these types of career exploration and exposure awareness opportunities for students help them make that decision earlier, so that when they get to high school, they can make a more concentrated effort in a particular pathway. But our middle school programs are very strong as well. One example that I wanted to share with you all that perhaps is something that we're most proud of in terms of what we've done with Career Tech was a partnership that we started probably 10 years ago. Again, it takes a long time sometimes to get things done in communities when we get frustrated, but this was worth the wait definitely for our community. Our Alliance Academy for Innovation opened this fall, and this was, again, a partnership with Lanier Technical College, University of North Georgia, the City of Cumming, Forsyth County, our Development Authority, our Chamber of Commerce, Junior Achievement. We were all at the table at the inception of this idea. This idea came in 2014 in terms of a roadmap to how we were going to get here. Everyone was around the table. Everyone was at the table designing the school, designing the labs so that they worked for the technical college system as well as our Board of Regents partners. But this was, again, a community effort. It was funded through a development authority, a public facilities authority bond rather than a school bond. And this, again, was offering programs to our district. It's a standalone school, but it offered programs that we didn't currently offer at any of our base high schools and probably couldn't afford to do so. Things like aerospace, energy, mechatronics, criminal justice and law, healthcare and first responder, programs that were different for us, but again, had different outcomes for students. Again, cybersecurity could have a 2-year option or a 4-year option. Energy, someone could go directly to work, or they could go on to a electrical engineering or energy degree. So again, different entry and exit points. Both institutions were at the table. The K-12 staffing and the collaboration among school districts is something that is a concern to a lot of metro school systems in terms of the division. We work very closely in our office with our counterparts across the hall in terms of the academic integration of our students, what we're doing K-12, and we wouldn't want that momentum and that work in our own district to feel like there's some type of division because technically we funnel up through 2 different institutions. One thing that we also wholeheartedly believe in is just that whole piece of teacher certification, bringing teachers through, even if we're bringing teachers in through industry, it's important to us that they go through an induction process to just general K-12 academics, things like classroom management and assessment, just different behaviors that a technical college student or a Board of Regents school, they're probably not dealing with mature adults that we have to deal with on our own basis. CTAE in our district is a critical need area. We have a hard time filling positions for a lot of our different areas, and so we've tried to remove barriers to be able to more easily hire those positions, but we've also put some systems in place that make sustaining those positions even more effective. It was discussed earlier, but the professional development that the Department of Education provides for our CTAE teachers is unmatched and unheard of across the country. Our teachers are active, they're engaged, they're spending their own time, their summers, their weekends. Our teachers are no exception. They're passionate about CTAE, they believe in it, and because the model that the Georgia Department of Education provides our teachers, we feel like we're all connected, we're all moving in the same direction, and we're all making lots of progress. Another process that we feel is valuable that the state allows districts to go through is industry certification. That's very different than a program certification for a technical college system, but allows our teachers a strong source of professional development, and we would want that process to continue as well, and just all of the resources that are provided to our teachers. CTA leadership, over the course of time, you can evaluate in your own districts what the role of the CTAE director is. And I think this is probably one area that should be given the most consideration. To do this job well, to do this job effectively, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of passion for CTAE, and it takes a lot of time outside probably of different K-12 duties that, say, another administrator might have in the school district. We have to very much be connected to what's happening in the community. We have to be very connected to what's happening in just the economic development sector of what's happening in our own school districts. But that person also must have a background of workforce development and believe in the mission. But they also must be unencumbered from other duties, such as a part-time assistant principal or other duties in a school district. This is an area that I feel like that we should give consideration to, of maybe putting some more parameters around what the role of the CTA director is in terms of expectations, as well as also the role of the counselor in schools. And I know that Senate Bill 401 seeks to provide that as well. Community in the classroom, again, that K-12 approach to what we're doing. Our superintendent says it best quite often when he says that home, we always can win and be successful when home, business, and our community come together, home, school, and work. All of these different examples that I provided in terms of career exploration, that soft skills development, our connection with business and industry, that's how that happens. And I would say that our connection to industry, our teachers' connections to their own industry are probably very more in-depth and doing innovative things in those districts. Other things that we're doing, and I'll wrap up here, we brought in the Carl Vinson Institute, which other communities would have the opportunity to do, just to look at industry analysis, some critical feedback of our CTAE programs. So are your school districts taking a critical look at what's going wrong and right in their school districts? There's a focus on marketing and outreach, building and evaluating soft skill programs, that leadership capacity, and growing partnerships should be the focus of school districts. This excellence model is something, again, that our school district came out of that Carl Vinson Institute process with as a guide and a roadmap that we give our teachers to say this is what's important. And again, it doesn't say technical college versus Board of Regents. It says K-12, before our kids graduate from Forsyth County, here's what we want them to have. CTSO numbers, you've heard about CTSOs today. That's very important for us. We have some of the largest CTSOs in the country. Some of our largest middle school programs are the largest in the country, so we wouldn't want that momentum and support of our CTSOs to lose, falter. We are very greatly supported by the Department of Education in terms of CTSOs, and I know that's an area that the technical college system is not as familiar with. And then the last piece for us is around marketing and outreach. Whether we want to admit it or not, there is sometimes a stigma associated with technical colleges, technical education, vocational education years ago. We fought this for many, many years. For us, we have worked very hard over the last 4 or 5 years in our own district, with our own families, with our own students, to break down those barriers, that career tech in our district is open to all students, no matter if they're AP, IB student, dual enrollment, whatever they're doing. We want them involved in a pathway, because going back to that graduation rate, we feel like that's a key to getting our students to graduate and on to their next phase of life. So we have a lot of conversations around that college versus career notion. We're all going to eventually be working, so we're going to talk about careers rather than where are you heading to college. And for us, that's a big shift in mindset for our district. And again, just the whole marketing and branding, a lot of efforts. So what are your own communities doing in terms of marketing these programs to students, connecting with families, removing barriers or stereotypes to what families think manufacturing or culinary arts or any of our own pathways that we offer, what that looks like in today is very different than it may have looked like when they were in school. So there could be some unintended consequences of the branding and perception of those programs. We appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of, again, not a rural school district, but I think it's important to think about the other side too, of the momentum that the Georgia Department of Education is allowing our system to do as a larger school district in Georgia. And again, that role of the CTA director being the critical piece and guiding force of that relationship piece. We are a relationship business, and so if we don't have relationships with our university system friends or our technical college friends, the work is not going to get done regardless of how the alignment looks. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Excuse me, Dr. Lowe. Any questions? All right. Thank you so much. Our next presenter and last presenter on this subject matter for today is going to be Commissioner Matt Arthur. He is Commissioner of our Technical College System of Georgia. And Commissioner Arthur has, of course, like everybody else is had ideas today, has some ideas as well. So, Matt, thank you for being with us. I want to give everybody just a heads up on a little bit of a change on the schedule. At 11:40, Gary Kelly with the Department of Ag will be calling in instead of actually being here in person. They're scrambling still, trying to get help to folks out in the field. Talked to the commissioner about 10 minutes ago, and he is headed into a banking summit in Perry to work on some ideas with some of our community bankers on ag lending and some of the things that are going on there as well. But Gary's going to call in at 11:40 and give us kind of an update and overview of what kind of damages we've seen. But, Matt, the show is yours.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak. A lot's been said over the last year. You haven't heard a whole lot from the technical college system. We've listened, and we've watched, and thought a lot about this. My respect for Chairman England. I've known him since I was a superintendent and was placed on SRAB board, and we've traveled around, and there's no one in this room that supports CTAE more than Chairman England does. And so, as you all have talked and so eloquently stated about what you do with CTAE, and I spent 31 years in K through 12. I've been a teacher, I've been an assistant principal, I've been a superintendent. I was a vocational supervisor for 7 years. My father's an old industrial arts teacher. So I've grown up in this business. I've been commissioner since January. And as Dr. Woodard said, there were some problems. We own those problems. We took ownership of them. And I'm not going to make any excuses for what we've done to fix them. But we will continue to fix them. And I understand, for some reason, being in this role, what I've seen, it's different. There's a competition that shouldn't be there. It really shouldn't. It's because, we can all stand up here and we can all say, well, it's all about students. It's all about students. I hope so. I hope for our colleges it's all about students. I hope for y'all it's all about students. I do, and I think so. I don't think that's displayed anywhere any better in our society than in CTAE and our technical colleges. Students grow close to those teachers more so than they do in the academic world. I see it. I saw it as a student. I saw it as vocational supervisor. I saw it as superintendent. And now I see it in the technical colleges. The students have that feeling. The teachers have that student feeling about it. How we work around the state is different. Forsyth County, as she said, we work totally different with Forsyth County than we do in southeast Georgia or southwest Georgia because the needs are different. Gwinnett County and Forsyth, DeKalb, Cobb, they've got some of the best technical career programs in the world. And some of them we have teachers that go in and teach in their labs because their labs are world class. And that's the best use of personnel and money and students. So what's the real goal here? What's the purpose? It's to provide a seamless career education and to provide a career. That's really why we're all in this room. And we can stand up and we can talk about a lot of things. There is a single focus on getting a child who becomes a student into a career, whether they go through USG, whether they go through us. The world isn't the same as it was 10 years ago. I see that with Perkins money, Perkins 5. Look at what Perkins 5 says about dual enrollment in college and high school. They put an emphasis on it. The reauthorization does. Why? Because that is what industry and business. What drove testing into schools? Industry and business. They wanted some accountability. They wanted to know, if we move to an area, how's that school doing? I've been around that long. I've been around long enough to see CTAE get thrown to the side. I was a high school principal and a vocational supervisor. I saw it. I saw Ag say, we're no longer a part of CTAE. We're by ourselves. Because if we're going to survive, we've got to be by ourselves, because CTE may go down with this administration. That's how long I've been around. How many in this room remember when Ag went out by itself? Moved out from that umbrella. They didn't have a choice. I've been around long enough to see state school superintendents talk about the only way a child can be successful is a 4-year education. Look where that's got us. Look where that's got us. And there is nothing wrong. Listen, the best, most highly skilled people in the world are those that have 2 years of applied skills and 2 years of theory. They are. Business and industry's changed, y'all. And if we don't change our thinking and quit competing, we're not going to survive. There'll be another one to come along to say technical colleges are worthless, CTAE's worthless, everybody's going to college. And if we had every single student in high school right now that was either going to a 4-year college or university or going to a technical college or getting a job that they could earn a career, have a career with that job, we wouldn't be here today. We would not be here today if that was the case. And I saw all the numbers, but I know what's out there. Our average age wouldn't be 26 if those students already had a career. Industry and business would not be screaming for middle skilled people. They wouldn't be. There's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen with CTAE programs, what's going to happen with student organizations. Why in the world would we do something with that? Has been stated over and over. That's not our purpose. We know how successful they are. And some of you don't realize we have student organizations too. And fact is, with CTAE medal winners and TCSG medal winners, Georgia came in second in the nation this year in the number of medals earned. And in some of our colleges, it's growing and it's growing more. I'm pushing it, because why am I pushing it? because I saw what it did for kids in high school. I saw that student that sat in the middle of the classroom and never said a word, and all of a sudden, whether it was ag or whether it was business, they got involved with a student organization, and all of a sudden that student's talking and discussing things. I've seen it. Been a lot of talk about guidance counselors, school nurses. I mean, that's not, I don't believe Chairman England had all that in mind when he came up with that idea. It's easy to throw the darts over here, but that's not really what this is all about. It's not. People with bachelor degrees have done well over the last decade. People with less than a 4-year degree have struggled over the last couple of decades until now, until the last 5 years or so. There's a reason why there's emphasis on some type education past high school. And listen, we've got them all. You know, everybody likes to focus on a couple of programs. We've got over 600 programs. We've got them that we teach some students just how to wash a pot. Some of our curriculum and y'all's curriculum, there's not a lot of difference. There really isn't. There really isn't. We're SACS accredited. You're SACS accredited. USG's SACS accredited. That brings with it a whole nother set of regulations we know a lot about. We do. We all do. And I tell the technical college people all the time, don't talk to me about SACS. I've been doing it longer than you have. You know, I remember the big, thick black book we used to write every 5 years and put on a shelf. How many of y'all remember that one? You know, I remember all that. Policymakers, educators, business and industry leaders have begun to invest in a new model of CTE. And you all have described that. They've also begun to invest in a new level of technical colleges for a reason. Because that's what they need. We heard it all, you know, my whole life. I heard, well, robots are going to take over everything. Technology is going to take over everything. It's not taking over everything. Somebody's got to know how to run that at every level. It takes one person from a 4-year school to manage 15, 20 of the people that we put out. And the people that we put out love the work. They make between $35,000 and $95,000 a year. Some of them make more, depending on the skill level, depending on what's needed out there. And, you know, we don't have programs where there's not a job. We don't. We guarantee every graduate. Think about it. If we have somebody in a nursing program that can't pass the nursing program license test, we take them back and reteach them free. If we have a welder that goes out to Kubota or wherever, Kia, wherever, and they say they don't know how to weld, we take them back and retrain them free. We guarantee every single graduate. We had 9 brought back last year. 7 of them didn't pass the nursing license from all around the state. And this is out of hundreds and hundreds of people. But we took them back and retrained them. More and more companies are looking at people with less than a 4-year degree. It's not going down. They're still hiring 4-year degrees. That's not going to change. That's not going to change. But what is changing is IBM, Google, Facebook. They're taking a brand new look at what skill level do they really need for that job. And everyone sitting in this room that's part of a K through 12 system, and it depends on your zip code, but you've got 25, 30% of your students, maybe more, it's more in some places, I know, and it's a lot less in some places. that go to a four-year college or a university and graduate and do well. And everybody sitting in this room has 5–10% at the bottom that really struggle. What about all those other students? All those other students. If I'm an 8th grade parent and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the student handbook for high school, and I'm saying my kid's going to go to college, which 90% of them say that in 8th grade. My kid's going to go. They see a clear pathway. They can take these courses. They can get some college credit for it. And it'll shorten their time there. Now, for the first time, because of dual enrollment, some of the CTA kids can do the same thing, but some of them can't. A lot of the pathways that's been talked about here, the elephant in the room, is a lot of those pathways in their senior year. So their pathway is to graduate high school, and they've done a heck of a job graduating from high school, but they have to start over. They have to start over. And some of those probably ought to be that way. We don't teach everything, but some of those pathways ought to continue on. And that's where the "and" part comes in, that have been talked about lately. There are 30 million middle school jobs open right now across the nation. In Georgia, 55% of the jobs are for middle skilled people. 55%. We only have about 48% of the workforce to fill those jobs. About 48% with those skill levels. 15% of the jobs are low skilled. Now, I'm not the one that defined these, but low skilled is a high school graduate. 15% are that, and it's going down every quarter. It's going down every quarter. But in Georgia, with 23% of the available workforce out there is low skilled. So we've got a whole lot more low skilled than there are jobs for them. And you see them disappearing every time you go to the gas station, every time you go to the grocery store. You see jobs that require a high school degree, they're gone. Every time you do self-checkout, they're gone. So what do businesses need most from us, from higher ed and K-12? They need a steady pipeline of middle school workers. Middle skilled, not middle school, sorry. I still call my president's principal sometimes. Middle skilled is what they need. That's education beyond high school. With industry involvement, they've got to be there writing the curriculum alongside us. We don't write curriculum by ourselves. We don't sit and do it. You don't either. I'm not acting like you do, but we don't. Senate Bill 2 shortens that pathway. Senate Bill 2 is the true pathway to an industry-recognized credential and a middle-skilled job. But Georgia Department of Education put some bumps in the road on Senate Bill 2. Got a lot of students that like to go Senate Bill 2, but they have to go take tests that they don't even hadn't taken the courses for. And you from DOE know what those regulations are. There are challenges to Senate Bill 2. We have more students in rural areas than we do urban areas. And there's a reason why. And I'm glad Forsyth County is not a rural county, but I'm glad that I'm glad she gave the presentation. There's a difference. We have rural counties begging us to come in and take over. They wanted some of them, and we've refused. They want us to come in and take over their entire department. but they need us and they know they need us. They have very few students that are going to a 4-year college or a university. But if they can go to a 2-year college and take advantage of it, and that pathway is clear and it's easy for them, they'll do that. But these are students whose parents didn't go to college for the most part. These are students that somebody needs to hold their hand. And USG works on it all the time, and we work on it all the time. Neither one of us are real easy to work with, if y'all hadn't noticed, just to be honest. Because we've got our own sets of regulations and our own sets of things too. But we're working on it. But we all need to be working together. The one thing that I learned from coming from K through 12, and I still look through everything through those eyes. The one thing that I learned once I got into higher ed, some states have a very clear line between high school and that career. Georgia really doesn't have that. We got an elected superintendent. I'm appointed by the governor. The Board of Regents does the commissioner. I don't know how many of you noticed, but David Bridges and I started laughing like crazy when they talked about putting us all under one umbrella. We were sitting all the way across the room. That'd be something to see. But we don't have that line. We don't. And we need that line. I'll tell you about my son-in-law, and I'm not going to talk much longer. My son-in-law was a good high school student. Took every ag class we offered and took AP, all the AP we had too. The AP classes, he got credit when he went to college. The ag classes, he didn't get any credit. He went to college, he went to ABAC. From ABAC, this guy that came, I'm in Rabun County. This guy came from a back valley. Nobody had ever been to college in his family. He went to ABAC. ABAC had a professor there that took an interest. He got involved in a student organization. He was involved in one in high school. He stayed with it. Who pushed him to put an application for an internship at Augusta National. There were 35,000 applicants. He and a boy from England got it. He worked 6 months there, went back and finished. My point of the matter is, academically to go, we helped him. CTAE-wise, he had good programs, but he had to start all the way back over. And every kid's having to do that. They're having to start over. Now, I'm certainly not comparing the ag programs that we had with what he learned at ABAC. There was a difference, but he had a great foundation there. But he was the kind of kid that he could have taken a college ag class. He could have done that. And they're out there, and they're in your school systems, and they're all across the state. If we work together, we could do that. Dual enrollment's opened a lot of doors. There's been a lot of bumps in the road. We've worked through most of them. You know, it's important. It's important for Georgia. It's more important than ever. It's changed, and we have to admit that it's changed. And dual enrollment's made us look at things a lot differently. And I know a lot of you have felt like, well, they're creeping in on us. They're taking our students. They're taking our, classes. They're taking our teachers. Well, I can tell you, from the higher ed part, it's about the same way. Why are we going to high school? I didn't get in this to teach high school. I got into this to teach college. And we're both pushing it because it's the best thing for those students. Low income, rural students. If they don't get a start in high school, if no one from their family's ever walked onto a campus, they're not going to do it. They're just not gonna do it. And if they walk on that campus and they're not helped, they're gonna walk off that campus. If somebody doesn't grab them by the hand and show them how to do it, they're not gonna stay. And that's just a fact. It takes a unique individual to come from those circumstances to walk onto any college campus, TCSG, ABAC, University of Georgia, Georgia Tech, without any help and make a stand. It just doesn't happen. Not as often as it should have. And they are smart and they are hardworking. They just don't have a skill. Some places in the state of Georgia have little or no CTAE programs. Some, most have great ones, but there are some without anything out there. We're here to help everybody. We're here to make that line clear. All the problems, all the things, all the reasons why not, we can work on those if the legislature decides, or if they decide to put an and in there instead of an or. We need to work together, whichever way. But until that time, something's got to happen. And I see it and I hear it, and Georgia's a place to be. It's great to even be in here and have this conversation, y'all. But we've got to come together. And we got to have a better line than we have now. And all those other details will be worked out. Thank you, Chairman England.
Mr. Commissioner, thank you. And I'm going to let you sit down and take a breath for just a second if you want to before we get to questions. As I'd said here just a few minutes ago, we're going to bring Gary Kelly in via phone. Gary is the Inspector General at the Department of Ag, but he's also the Director looking after emergency response for the department. And when the ops room goes live, Gary is one of those individuals in that room coordinating a lot of different things. And if while things were really bad in southwest Georgia a week and a half ago, if you were able to get gasoline or diesel fuel, Gary is one of those individuals that was responsible for making sure the trucks got to where they could go to get fuel in tanks, so we could get it in tanks of pickup trucks and cars to start a lot of the emergency relief efforts. So, Gary, we're glad to have you with us. I've got you on speaker here with our group of the Rural Development Council, and I'm going to bend the microphone over to the speaker and just let you kind of give everybody an update of what we're looking at, what's going on, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman England, and thanks for those kind comments. But we've got a great team. We got a great team of individuals working here at the Department of Agriculture, and our state partners and local partners, federal partners have all come together during this event prior to it and during it, and now in the response and recovery part of it afterwards. But it has been a big undertaking. We here at the Georgia Department of Agriculture, when we received the notification from GEMA that they would be activating the State Operations Center, we were there when they opened it up on Tuesday morning, October the 9th at 8 o'clock in the morning. I think we went in there with about 4 folks, and we started working, and we had the commissioner, even before they advised that they were going to be opening the State Operations Center, made suggestions, I know, to the governor's office and others in reference to getting the waivers for truck hours, operating hours, increasing the limits on capacity of truckloads, et cetera, in order to help the farmers get product out of the field and get it sent to where it needed to be sent, as well as bringing in fuel prior to the storm, trying to make sure that we had fuel supplies where they needed to be, and the underground tanks were stocked and ready to go. So that was, just some of the things right there at the very beginning of the event that took place that were, crucial. And we've heard a lot of. I was at a meeting yesterday in Tifton with a lot of the producers, and a lot of them got out there, when they saw the storm coming, and as much as they could, they were trying to harvest and get things in and get it on the road. So those waivers that the commissioner asked the governor for were very beneficial to some of those farmers getting things out of the ground and getting it to marketing and getting it sent to warehousing and facilities across the state. GDA also began working with the local and nonprofit animal shelters in the state in order to begin planning for the possible pet sheltering operations that did ultimately come true. GDA began pushing out information to our local, state, and federal partners regarding the oncoming storm, and we were pushing out information to the various associations across the state to include convenience stores and gas stations. We were urging them to make sure that their underground tanks were all sealed, had good seals on them to prevent water from getting in the underground storage tanks and rendering gas unusable. We were also reaching out to other associations trying to get them prepared for the storm, getting people to recognize if they were going to need a generator, where they could get those generators from, and urging them to go ahead and make contact with folks prior to the storm coming. We were facilitating, providing information to farmers and food processing manufacturing facilities regarding generator supplies and getting that out. We also helped the American Red Cross. They normally contact us anytime they have a storm. 2 years ago, Matthew, and then Irma last year, and then Florence again this year. They've asked us to use the Macon Farmers Market. And so prior to the storm's arrival, we were working with the American Red Cross to allow them to use our Macon Market as a staging area and as their command center for the state of Georgia emergency response to the event. And then after the hurricane came, we started reaching out to across the state to try to gather information in regards to the impacts and how it was impacting farmers. And I want to thank our partners at the University of Georgia Extension Service, Dr. McCann and Dr. Johnson. The team over there have been very beneficial in reaching out in their counties and funneling information up to us in the State Operations Center throughout the event. But then we began trying to assist some of the dairy farmers that lost power, trying to get them either back up online as quickly as possible or helping to, connect them with some generators. We also work with the Poultry Federation. We sit in the State Operations Center right next door. They couldn't have put us in a better place. They put us right next door to the Georgia Power and all the EMCs. So anytime we got a call about a facility being down, we just walked around the corner and said, "Hey, look, we got a place that's down that's crucial. If you can, we need to try to get this place up as soon as we can." So we were able to facilitate the flow of information into the power companies to get some facilities up and running. We had two very large poultry rendering facilities that went down that we were able to work with ESF 12 and get those back up, as well as one poultry processing facility down there in that area. We were also able to assist with some of the power restoration with our partners at the peanut buying points there in Southwest Georgia. I think we got some generators to a couple of them and also pointed them in the direction of some generators. But also we were working with ESF 12 to make them aware of the need and hopefully get the power restored. And last time I talked with them, they had power restored to most of the facilities that were operable. They had several that had been damaged to the extent that they could not operate in them any longer. But the other ones, they were able to get power up in. We worked with a lot of the local folks after the storm. We did open up 14 pet shelters in the southwest part of the state or around the southwest part of the state. And at the height of the storm, they were housing 224 animals. We also facilitated the evacuation, and I say we facilitated because we didn't actually do it. We had some private nonprofit groups that came in and helped with evacuating animals out of Albany and Bainbridge, and we kind of coordinated and facilitated that. But the animal shelters in Albany and Bainbridge lost power. They didn't have water, and we needed to get those animals out of there, and they were evacuated to areas outside the storm impact zone. Also, following the storm, our meat inspection unit, they have conducted 110 licensed They visited 110 licensed establishments following the storm to assure that safety standards are, that they're, number one, that there's not any major damage to the facilities, that they have power, and that they're operating under the safe standards that we regulate. Our food safety division they've conducted over 1,400 phone and on-site assessments of food processing, manufacturing, warehouse, and distribution facilities in the area down there impacted by the storm. Our livestock poultry unit has been working with multiple farmers, I think it's about 25 farmers now down there in southwest Georgia, poultry farmers. The total right now is 97 poultry houses destroyed. We estimate approximately 2 million birds. Our folk, we had 6 staff members down there last week. We have a smaller crew down there this week. But they're continuing to work with the farmers down there to come up with, they're assisting and guiding them on the disposal processes and methods that can be utilized during this. And we want to thank our partners at the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, EPD, for assisting us with that as well. Our communications division has been messaging and sending out information throughout the storm, prior to the storm, during the storm, and even after the storm. Just, sending out information, some of it just simply letting citizens know if you lost power, this is what you need to do to try to keep your food safe. If it's, if you've been without power for so long, then you may need, if the food warms up to a certain temperature, you may need to dispose of it, that kind of thing. Trying to assist folks with that kind of information. Some of the damage totals that we're seeing coming out of that southwest area is just quite honestly staggering. There have been a few updates on some of it, but this morning we were told that between $550–600 million loss in cotton, $480 million in vegetables, $560 million in pecans, poultry around $25 million, peanuts between 10 and 20 million, timber, we've heard estimates up to $1 billion, but we've heard that may come down some. Landscape and green industry up to about 13 million. And the other issue about this, we're hearing about these losses in crops and so forth, but that doesn't necessarily include, the loss of irrigation pivots, the loss of fencing, the loss of barns, equipment, supplies. That's not all included in there. And even I was talking to one of the farmers down there at the producers meeting yesterday that was talking about silage, how much silage that he had lost. And that's not, necessarily included in this as well. So, it's very easy. I've seen some estimates up to $3 billion is going to be the loss incurred by the state in regards to that in agriculture. That's all, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. If there's anything else, again, I want to thank all our partners and you, and I saw you in the State Operations Center as well as some other representatives and so forth, and the support that is provided to the team in there is greatly appreciated. And, no one group does it by themselves, and that's why we have a team that comes together in response to these events, and we just want to thank everybody that helped us as well.
Well, Gary, y'all have done yeoman's work as well as DNR, forestry, public safety, our EMCs, Georgia Power, anybody that you can think of have certainly busted their humps trying to get life at least bearable, not back to normal for sure, and not back to normal anytime soon, but at least bearable for the time being. Just want to look around my table and see if I got anybody with any questions. Chairman Powell.
Gary, talk to us a little bit about how y'all are coordinating with the USDA on either disaster payments or programs and with crop insurance.
Yes, sir. That's one of the reasons we attended that meeting yesterday down there in Tifton. And we've been putting, we did have some information, I'm sure it's still out there, on our website directing farmers to their local FSA office. And that's something that we, several years ago, we put together a package of information to push to farmers during any kind of disaster. And it was following Matthew. We sat down and said, we need to know about these programs and push them out to the local farmers and some, have something together. So we put a little package together, and we've got it out on our website, or we did. Like I say, I'm sure it's still there. But it points the farmers to their local FSA office in their county. And we're urging, when we talk to farmers, when we go out and do site visits and so forth, one of the things that we're urging them to do is, number one, document. Take photographs, do as much documentation of the damages, even if you got, photographs before and after, that kind of thing. And what are your inventories? How's your inventory been impacted? That kind of thing if you're in the poultry business. Wanting to take photographs, contact their insurance provider and contact their local FSA. Those contacts right there, and also their lender. I heard one of the lenders say this yesterday, and we didn't put this on our documents, but we need to. They need to be taught, document it, contact their insurance provider, and have an adjuster get out there as soon as possible, because they can't do anything as far as cleanup and everything until their insurance adjuster gets out there, and then their local FSA and their lender. And start communicating with their lender and talking to them. And that's the message that we're trying to push out to the farmers. And that's the message that USDA pushed out yesterday at the meeting in Tifton. And as well as, like I said, there was a member from the banking association there that talked about getting in touch with the lender. And I thought that was an excellent idea as well.
Other questions? Gary, it appears you've covered everything very well. Please express our gratitude to the commissioner for all his work over the last 2 weeks now. And I know he's met multiple times with Secretary Perdue, President, Vice President, and our congressional delegation, both House and Senate, have been engaged. And I know they're working to figure out what can be done to best help folks. But tell the commissioner we appreciate his long hours of hard work and sleepless nights, because even though it didn't necessarily hit Commerce, Georgia, at his home, it did hit Georgia, which is his home, and he's taking it to heart.
Yes, sir, he is, and I don't know. I think he might have been home once or twice during the last 2 weeks. He's been on the road, going down there and visiting with farmers and stuff. And we want to thank you for those kind words, and thank you for the partnership and the support you guys give and have given to us. And we just all want to just continue to be in prayer for those people down there in Southwest Georgia that were impacted by this, and just continue to lift them up.
Amen. Amen. I don't think anything stronger could happen than prayers for those folks. So,
amen.
Thank you, and we'll let you get back to work. And again, we appreciate you taking time to call in and give us an idea of some of the things that were going on, and let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, as y'all know, there's still a lot of things to do to overcome. And as I said, appreciate Gary taking the time to call us today and make probably a little better use of his time than being here with us, actually, to call in, so he can still be concentrating on things that he's needing to do as well. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Vanessa Sims. Vanessa is one of the ones that's kind of been behind the scenes there, doing her work as far as helping understand where things like internet were down, power was down for critical facilities and those kinds of things. She's been behind the scenes doing yeoman's work there as well on communicating where some of these entities really have to be back up and online. I know she is almost in some ways solely responsible for us being able to take in peanuts at peanut buying points, because she was able to get internet service back to the Federal State Inspection Office in Albany through multiple phone calls by her to the provider down there. So thankfully that next Monday morning we were able to accept peanuts around this state at buying points that were not destroyed. Most of them currently are still operating on generators, but are at least up and running, and peanuts can be graded, meaning that checks can be issued by the buying points to the farmers. So at least it's a little bit of help to those farmers that suffered devastation in many other ways. So at this point, I'm going to ask Commissioner Arthur if he'll come back up to the podium for just a second. He's saying no. He left it on the field a while ago. And just see if our members have any questions for Commissioner Arthur. Maybe I should have seen if there are any questions before I maybe walk back up there.
Thank you for your
Any questions? Well, I guess you need to exercise then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate what y'all do. Next, we're going to move on to an item that is coastal Georgia specific, but holds a lot of promise for the future of this area. And Representative Jeff Jones from down this way, I think we may be in the middle of his district, or maybe just somewhere nearabouts where his district is, but.
Representative Hogan and I kind of treat this.
Okay, as y'all's, okay.
Look out for this area kind of jointly.
Well, Jeff, good to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to hearing what y'all got to say a little bit about the new and.
Well, I'm clearing the room. You know, I'm sorry. This is good stuff. Don't leave.
They're going to find some oysters to eat.
Good luck. Right? All right, thank you all, committee, for giving me a few minutes to talk about what I believe is really an exciting opportunity for coastal Georgia, but really the entire state of Georgia. So just a little bit of history. Just go and turn to next slide, if you would, for me. But what we're doing is, with this initiative, is we're going to grow private sector jobs in the coastal area. But this, in doing so, will have statewide positive economic impact.
Jeff,
Yes.
we're archiving this, so stay
Okay.
as close to the
I
mic
was trying to
as you
stay
can.
away from the slide, okay. There are, as I've gotten involved in this just recently, just in the last few months, I've developed 3 objectives under which I'm kind of operating as we proceed ahead with trying to change the laws in Georgia regarding oyster farming. And that is to legalize oyster farming in Georgia in the 2019 session as a 12-month-a-year private sector industry initiative. Number 2 is to legalize the importation of oyster spat, that is the oyster seed, from out of state. And number 3, very, very importantly, is that we deliver farm-raised oysters to the marketplace safely, that we certainly deal with the food safety issues. So let me just talk number 1 for just a second. Currently in Georgia, only wild-grown oysters can be harvested and sold commercially. If you all have seen pictures or know of the way wild oysters grow, they grow in clumps out in the marshes, out in some of the flats, and they're difficult, quite frankly, very labor-intensive to harvest. As a result, they don't present well to a restaurant because the shells are sharp and not very pretty, quite frankly. Good oysters grown in great waters, but don't sell well or present well in the commercial market. So that's number 1 objective, is to make oyster farming legal in the state as a 12-month-a-year industry. And there are a number of obstacles that we've got to overcome in order to do that. Currently in law, as I said, this cannot be done. So we've got some obstacles to overcome, but I've been working directly with Doug Haymans, who is the CRD director, and also working with Mark Reese with MAREX, the Marine Extension Service, and you'll hear from MAREX here in just a couple minutes. In fact, last week, kind of coincidentally, my first 2 years in the House, I served on the House Natural Resources Committee, and 3 years ago, we took a tour of the MAREX oyster facility at Skidaway Island. So I had that bit of background. So this past week, I actually took several people from McIntosh County and several other folks, and we went to the MAREX facility and got an update on the tremendous progress that they have made in terms of bringing this ability to farm-raised oysters to the marketplace. The other important aspect of this, currently we cannot bring the oyster seed in from out of state. And that's going to be an important element of changing the law, is because as we expect this industry to grow, because there is tremendous demand in the marketplace, not only in the state of Georgia, but outside the state, for Georgia-grown oysters. Back to my comment a minute ago about the wild-grown, they don't present well on the plate of a 3, 4, 5-star restaurant. They just don't present well. So we've had contacts as this whole thing has begun to evolve. We've had contacts from a number of the producers, or excuse me, distributors throughout the state who are anxious to see us deliver quality farm-raised oysters to the restaurant industry on a 12-month-a-year basis. But we're going to need to be able to bring the spat in from out of state. Quite frankly, there is not enough hatchery, oyster hatchery facility or capacity currently in the state to be able to service what we believe will be a very good and strong industry. Again, Merex has done a lot of study on how to farm raise these oysters, the spats, but they don't want to be, and they will tell you this, they don't want to be in the business of being the hatchery for the state of Georgia's private industry. They've actually developed a manual. They've gone so far as to they actually have a manual that they've produced that anybody interested in getting into the hatchery business will be able to do so. It's almost a step-by-step process on how to do that. And then thirdly, as I said, we've got to deal with the food safety issue so that when we bring those oysters 12 months out of the year out of the water, that we do so in a way that we get them to the oyster houses, if you will, so that they're still cool and we don't have the contagions and the things that exist with oysters. If you'll go to that third slide, you're already there. So currently, as I mentioned, we can only do wild-grown oysters. Currently, oyster industry is probably less than a $250,000 a year industry. And just based on the demand that we're seeing and some projections that we're making, this will easily turn into a multi-million-dollar Georgia-grown industry in a very few short years. Again, as I said earlier, with statewide positive economic impact. Oyster farming is good for jobs and the environment. A little tidbit I learned just recently is an adult oyster actually filters 50 gallons of water each day, helping the environment naturally. So we've got a win-win situation in proceeding ahead with oyster farming. Good for producers. Charlie Phillips, who's here, will be talking just a few minutes with the Merex group. Good for producers. It's good for the environment. It's good for the restaurants and the distributors throughout the state. So again, got a lot of details yet to work out. I've been working closely with Commissioner Williams, Mark Williams of DNR, and Gary Black with DOA. And let me just mention how the relationship goes there. DNR CRD, Coastal Resources Division, is responsible for managing oyster cultivation and harvesting in the water. When those oysters are brought out of the water and onto the land, then the Department of Agriculture takes over to make sure that we deliver products safely, as I've said, to the marketplace. So we are in the process, and so this initiative has the full support of both DNR and DOA. Legislation is actually currently being written for this process. So again, our timetable will be hopefully to have this worked out so that we can bring legislation to the 2019 House and get that element passed and into law, and to begin with the details of how we actually implement that process. Although I can't speak absolutely to this, CRD is going to need extra inspectors in order to manage this in the labs and as they manage the oyster leases in the waters. We believe we've already got funding lined up for those 3 positions. So we've got legislation in process, got the full support of those 2 important Georgia departments. We've got funding, we believe, lined up, and we've got market demand that's already been expressed by folks such as Inland Seafood, a big seafood distributor out of Atlanta. So all the elements of this are coming together in an incredibly smooth fashion. And so for me, I more or less stumbled into this because of all the work that's been done by the various folks who are involved in the industry. And actually, it was a reporter from the Brunswick News that contacted me 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, whenever that was, doing an article about why oysters hadn't taken off in the state of Georgia. That piqued my interest enough that I jumped into that process. And again, we brought it to where we are today. So our next step with this, in addition to the legislation and funding and those kinds of things, is I've scheduled a stakeholder meeting on October 30th that will be held in McIntosh County. And I'm looking at this initiative as a McIntosh County-centered initiative, but it will certainly impact all 6 coastal counties and will have an impact throughout the state, as I said, with the seafood distributors. But we're bringing together producers like Charlie Phillips, the regulatory agencies that I've mentioned, the researchers, MAREX, elected officials and policymakers, seafood distributors, and environmental groups. I mean, this is clearly a win-win situation for the entire state and for all these various entities that are going to be involved in helping us bring this industry forth and growing it in the state of Georgia. That really is the extent of my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Jeff?
One question. You was talking about additional manpower at CRD, DOA, and DNR. Are we gonna need to appropriate money, or is it gonna be fee-based where the people that, I guess, buy permits to grow the oysters will be, how will that work?
Again, I sped through it quickly, so I apologize for doing so, but my understanding is, and I can't absolutely commit to this until this is final at the state level, but I understand that the governor has set aside some money for some of our state agencies for programs such as oyster farming. So if that comes through to fruition, the funding that's necessary for what CRD estimates will be the 3 people they need is already lined up. So we've got legislation already being worked on, support of those state agencies, and it appears, Representative Corbett, that we've actually got the funding necessary to hire the people that CRD needs to manage it. Now, DOA, Department of Agriculture, will need some folks as well, but that's kind of a little bit further along down the way as we begin to grow this industry and work out all these legalities and processes for how we actually put this into place. So we think funding's in place. So as I approached this, I thought, oh man, we're gonna have to get the agencies on board, we're gonna have to write legislation, and we're gonna have to get funding. But all 3 of those elements have looked like they've pretty well come together on their own, quite frankly. And I'm just here kind of helping guide this ship and helping it come to fruition.
Any other questions? Thank you, Jeff.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank
You
for
want
the
to
time.
introduce your other folks that are coming up to present, or?
Well, yeah. Now, Mark Reese is with the Marine Extension Service, and I think he's also going to bring Charlie Phillips. Charlie, I think you're on as well. Mark leads that operation that is responsible for the research facilities at Skidaway on making oyster hatchery possible in Georgia, as well as the actual growing of the oysters in our state waters. Let me mention one other historical item. McIntosh County back in the 20s and 30s actually used to be a huge oyster producer in the state. They harvested oysters, the wild-grown oysters, and they were canned. And I understand there are still remnants of some of the canneries still existing in McIntosh County that didn't get quite cleaned up. But they over-cultivated, or over-harvested rather, and the taste of the consumers changed, that people weren't looking for canned oysters any longer. Our tastes are now for roasted and raw oysters. So this is just a natural evolution of the demand by the marketplace to deliver oysters year-round. Mark?
All right. Well, thanks. I'm going to start with a real quick video, I hope. All right, well, we'll just go on without the video.
I started working on the back deck of the shrimp boat with my dad back in the early 70s. By the time I was in college, I was running the boat on the weekends, and I got paid, but it was not an option. I thought I was going to pack shrimp, and the captain had some fish boats coming in and packed that. Then the regulations started taking effect, so we didn't have that many fish coming in, and then shrimping started not doing well, so then we switched gears and decided to get into clam farming. And UGA helped us get into that in 97 or somewhere in there. You never know when you think you're in a sustainable fishery that it's going to keep clicking. You just have to be flexible and change gears, or else you're toast. UGA gave us the support and the seed we needed so we could keep trying stuff. Now we have Sapelo Sea Farms that does the shellfish, mostly clams, probably 80%, if I had to guess, of all the production for farmed clams in Georgia. Phillips Seafood that does fish, and then I have the restaurant, Fish Dock, next door. I love working on the water. I love working with our natural resources. I love being able to get people jobs. I've got about 20 people that work just here. It's a good way to be.
All right, well, I am Mark Reese. I'm Director of Marine Extension and Georgia Sea Grant at the University of Georgia, and with me today is Brian Flick. He's our Associate Director here in Brunswick, runs our extension unit here, and he's our Fisheries Program Director, and Charlie Phillips, who you just met in the video. We appreciate Chairman England and Powell. We appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today and hope that we can share some exciting news with you. So as I mentioned, Marine Extension and Georgia Sea Grant, we're a unit of public service and outreach at UGA. We help create coastal communities use science to solve problems. So we have a lot of efforts and activities focused on economic development and helping those communities prosper. We have, I'm actually from our headquarters in Athens, Georgia. We have a unit in Peachtree City that works primarily in seafood processing. I hope a lot of y'all have been to our aquarium on Skidaway Island, and that's where we have our shellfish research lab and hatchery, and then our unit here in Brunswick. And as I mentioned, we do have a lot of economic impact. Our research, our extension and outreach programs are estimated to have $115 million in economic impact annually. We just recently completed an economic study that looked at all the applied research projects we funded between 2005 and 2015, and they indicated about a 250% return on investment in the research activities we fund. With that, I'm going to switch over to Brian and let him talk about some of our fisheries.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. As Mark talked about, I'm the Associate Extension Director here in Brunswick, but just want to switch topics a little bit, talking about our commercial seafood industry. And here in Georgia, it's a network of harvesters, processors and wholesalers, distributors and retailers, and they are responsible for providing safe and sustainable seafood to residents and visitors here in Georgia. As you can see some of these numbers, the industry creates over 9,600 jobs within the state with over $1.4 billion in sales. And this is also generating or producing over $320 million income from the industry. That's all throughout the state. But particularly here on the coast, what Georgia is probably most famous for is its shrimp fisheries, and why they've undergone changes. It is still our most valuable commercial fishery in the state. In fact, the combined dockside value of our food and bait shrimp in Georgia in 2017 was $10.5 million, which actually represents close to 60% of the total dockside landings that were produced here within the state. Now, historically, our second most valuable fishery has been hard blue crab, and last year that was a little over $4.2 million. What's interesting to note about that is most of these crabs actually end up going up to the Chesapeake Bay area where there's greater demand, and quite frankly, many of the fishermen can get better prices. Similarly with our hard clams, and Charlie talked a little bit about in the video, and And dockside value for that last year was $1.6 million. Like crab, many of those are exported to other states, particularly in the New England region, where again, there's a greater value. And some of that does also go up to Canada. So University of Georgia, we've been working with our seafood industry as well as consumers, particularly training seafood handlers on how to control food safety hazards and comply with state and FDA requirements. These days, people want to know more about local seafood. So one of the programs that we have is offering an online directory for Georgia seafood providers and search options that allow people to basically look for particular Georgia products. And of course, there's a lot of information that consumers are faced with, and that's something else that we help work with our partners to provide guidelines for consumers to maximize their health benefits but minimize risk when consuming seafood. But then here in the coastal communities, there are potential hazards, and we actually work with property owners and our communities, measuring flood events that are caused by weather and unusually high tide occurrences, and helping our coastal communities plan for these events now and for the future. And of course, working with these communities to mitigate potential damage that's caused by these flooding. And then something else that's equally important to this, that's just that goes hand in hand, is protecting water quality, particularly when it comes to stormwater runoff. So working with our individual residents as well as working with our community organizations. But we're also helping our communities and property owners save money. So many of our marine extension agents work in the counties and cities to adopt procedural as well as structural requirements to maximize stormwater impacts and flood damage from potential weather events. And by adopting these best practices, what's resulted is that several communities have become members of the Community Rating System, which is a FEMA program that's intended to reduce flood insurance premiums. So to date, what we've seen here is that we've been able to work with 5 coastal counties and 11 cities that have met CRS criteria for a total of more than $6 million in savings. And for over 40 decades, we've worked very closely with our fishing industry, and every day we're working with our fishermen to address challenges that affect their ability to make a living. Specifically, right now, one of the big topics that we're working on with both our fishermen, our researchers, and state managers is the issue of blackgill. If you're not familiar, this is a single-celled organism that impacts the shrimp's ability to breathe. It doesn't impact our health, it doesn't impact the quality of the shrimp, but there are concerns that this is having an impact on shrimp populations. So we are working to document those impacts and see how the industry can survive with those. But there's also a lot of complexities in fisheries management and trying to work with our fishermen so they understand and can comply with state and federal fishing regulations. Most notably over the years has been turtle excluder devices that our shrimp fisheries must contain, as well as safety gear that our industry is having to deal with, especially when they're operating federal waters. But being part of a national network and a state network, we're also able to work with our industry to introduce them to new products and marketing opportunities for their fisheries. So even though most people are familiar with shrimp, and I said that's our most valuable fish, or number one fishery by value, interestingly enough, our number one fishery by weight these days is jellyfish. And several of our shrimpers during the off season, they switch out their nets and go trawl for cannonball jellyfish, where they're loaded onto a processing plant in Darien, Georgia, which is really one of a kind in the entire country. But most of these are actually, they salt them and dry them and they ship them overseas, mainly to China and Japan, where they're considered a delicacy. So currently we're actually working with the UGA's Food Product Innovation and Commercialization Center, as well as local chefs, trying to find domestic uses, particularly local food movements. More and more people want to have local products, even something as obscure as jellyfish. But hopefully that is something that we will continue working with. And I'm going to pass it back to Mark to talk a little bit about clams.
So aquaculture, I think, presents one of our biggest opportunities for rural development. At the federal level, both NOAA and USDA are investing lots of money currently into developing U.S. aquaculture. They want to try and correct the tremendous trade imbalance the United States has in seafood. 95% of the seafood we eat is imported from other countries, and there's a huge federal effort to change that. We've got some success in these areas. In the 90s, we started bringing in clam seed, working with producers to do that, and Charlie's testament there was one example of that. I think the greatest opportunity we have is with oyster aquaculture. I mean, it's the one that can run. And I really want to thank the legislature as well as DNR for working with us. We have the state-run hatchery that can produce oyster spat, provide that to growers in the state. As Representative Jones said, you know, our goal is not to be the supplier for every oyster farmer in the state. We really hope to attract commercial hatcheries to the state that ultimately will supply growers. But we have proven that this can work in Georgia. It is economical, and people could derive a livelihood and keep living in some of our rural coastal areas through this venture. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Charlie for a few of his comments.
Thank y'all, and I appreciate y'all letting me in, and I especially appreciate Representative Jones, you know, bringing forward the legislation. This is stuff that's been needed to be done for a long time, and Mark and Brian for working with us. We wouldn't have a clam industry if it wasn't for the UGA Marine Extension. It just wouldn't be here. And they started it with very little money. I mean, probably $15,000, 750,000 seed, which we killed most of them, but we started learning stuff. We got really good at killing stuff to start with. And then we just kept trying stuff, and we'd go to Florida and we'd copy stuff there, and South Carolina, copy stuff there, and then just modify, because our coast is such a cool place to be. Nobody has the tides that we have until you get to New England. Nobody has the marshes that we have. We've got like 30% of all the marshes on the East Coast. So we've got a really good environment to grow stuff in. And I tell people all the time, if you take care of your environment, you take care of your water quality, then your environment can take care of you, and you can do stuff. You can have aquaculture, you can have clean water for recreational purposes, whatever, fishing. So to me, I'm an environmentalist, but I'm also a businessman, which some people think you can't do both, but you can, and you should. So, but, you know, the legislation, like you said, there's lots of stuff to do. I talked to one of the clam farmers in Florida while I was waiting. He said, yeah, half of the farmers down here don't have shellfish shipper permits. They don't have big facilities with graders and a lot of stuff. They just, you know, they just grow clams or oysters, whatever, and then they bring them to a dealer. And if we were to do that in Georgia, it would make it where a lot of people could get in, afford to get in, because right now with our levels of sanitation and all the stuff we have to do, it's not cheap to get in it anymore. It used to be a mom and pop industry, but it's not. But we could go back to make it where some mom and pop people got in, and then they could, if they wanted to be dealers later, then they go through those hoops. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can do. We still try things like blood arcs, and that probably nobody here knows what it is, but it's niche markets. But there's a lot of stuff we can do, and I really appreciate working with Representative Jones and our partners at UGA. Thank you.
That's all we have for you.
I've got one question. So about a year and a half ago, Dr. Jennifer Frum was interim president at Armstrong State down at Savannah, and part of the deal there was sending her down there was for her to come help y'all. Did she ever learn how to shell an oyster during that period of time?
I've seen her eat a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, we'd worked out a deal where she'd like work 8 to 4 at Armstrong, and then she was supposed to 4 to midnight with y'all, but I don't think that it ever was. She, okay.
Actually, I mean, last week I was at Armstrong Atlantic visiting their aquaponics greenhouse facility, and it's one of the largest ones I've seen in the state. And I was really encouraged by the work they're doing. They're actually growing vegetables that they're feeding right into Georgia Southern's campus kitchen system now, and I think aquaponics is something we can do not just in the coastal area of Georgia, but anywhere in Georgia.
Dominic?
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Charlie, the video was awesome. I was down here several years ago for a period of time and met a lot of folks that grew up on these marshes and down in this area. And we really do have a precious resource in this intercoastal area. But Representative Jones and Representative Hogan have worked for years to do some habitat restoration and close some of these cuts down in this area. And as we have this conversation about aquaculture and oysters, that may be a good opportunity to really nudge our chairman of appropriations in the ribs about trying to help to close these cuts and protect these marshes, because they're just continuing to fill in and silt in and cause damage to these estuaries and these fisheries. And I hope that we'll be able to do it, but the video was awesome. And if you've ever met and spent some time with people like Charlie, you get a real feel for their life that's invested in this area, and we appreciate what you do.
Thank you. And I got my degree here. My 2-year degree was here back in Brunswick Junior College, back before my beard got gray.
Any other questions? Thank y'all very much. All right, our last presenter today is Eric Cochling. Is that right? And we're running a little behind on schedule, so we're going to ask him to maybe make us. You don't look like an Eric. Buzz. All right, Buzz, I take it that you're like in charge here? Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right, if y'all could, kind of condense this.
Yes, sir.
But we're very interested in what y'all have got to say, because we have been concerned throughout this process in workforce development, because we have heard of all of the folks that are able-bodied people but just are not interested in working. And part of the reason is that it very well may be that entitlement programs disincentivize people from looking for work. And so we want y'all to address that for us, please.
Yes, sir. And thank you for the opportunity. I've learned a lot today. I had no idea people ate jellyfish, but I was glad to learn that. And I think gives us an appreciation for the scope of things that you folks deal with on the Rural Development Council, education to workforce development to oysters, and now we're as the chairman said, we're going to bring something to you that we think here can really help a lot of people's lives in the state of Georgia. As Chairman Powell mentioned, you guys have heard eyewitness testimony from business owners about trying to hire folks or having people who were employees who were then hindered in their ability to work further or accept promotions and these sorts of things. And so we're here to tell you some good news that what you've heard anecdotally is true, and there's something you can do about it. So we'll jump right into that here. We think that there's really, quite frankly, a historic opportunity to deal with this issue. You've got an administration in Washington, and we can talk about that. We've got an executive order from President Trump that's instructing the federal administration to do something about these, what they're known as welfare cliffs, to deal with them. And they're in Washington begging for a state to take the lead and come with a plan that they can authorize and allow us to try. And we think that Georgia would be a tremendous opportunity, has a tremendous opportunity to do that. This can really be, for Georgia, have the kind of impact, if we adopt this and take this head on, kind of have the impact that we've seen in the criminal justice reforms that we've all worked on in the last few years here in the legislature. And it can change lives, and it can help employers, as you've heard. Employers we're in this unique time in Georgia in our economy where unemployment is low, but there are more jobs out there than there are people looking for jobs. And one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons is the thing we're going to talk about here today, and that's these welfare cliffs and other issues. Whoops, I hit the wrong button, I'm sorry. Okay. The tech guy can't run a PowerPoint presentation thing. How scary is that? Oh, holding it upside down, that might be why. Nope, there we go. All right. So as the chairman mentioned, we'll kind of skim through some of this. It's a deep presentation, and we've got a lot of stuff that we can give you. We have done a lot of research here at the Georgia Center for Opportunity on this subject that we can bring to you. You know, as I mentioned, the cliffs and penalties that they do exist, and they do have a very detrimental impact on people. Just a brief, here is some of the research that we have done, and as you can see, there's a lot of it. Eric Randolph, that is here with us, has built a model, and really, as far as we know, the first time that anybody's ever done this in the United States, where they're actually looking at all of the welfare programs, or the 16 biggest that impact 90% of the money that's spent on welfare, and how they all interact. And the problem is that it's not just enough to say that there's a welfare cliff in one particular program like SNAP. Many people take advantage of numerous programs. And so the problem really comes when you start to stack these welfare programs. And that's when it really has a huge impact on people's lives. And next slide we've got here, just a visual demonstration. You can see when you reach certain incomes, and there was I remember, I think it was an answer to a question that Representative Corbett asked, where Chris Clark mentioned a lady who he wanted to give a promotion to on Friday. She was very excited. She had earned this promotion. She'd done a great job. She came back in on Monday in tears saying, "I can't take the promotion." This is why, because she was probably in this income range, and these programs, this is just two groups of programs, the subsidized child care and the food assistance programs, and you see we're talking about thousands of dollars here that are suddenly she can't access. And so I want you to keep her in mind as you're thinking about this, because the models we have are for a single mom with 2 kids, and that's a real life situation. There are a lot of single moms out there who are working very hard to provide their family. These programs come in to assist them, and then as they start to climb up the economic ladder, they face these things that are very detrimental to their lives and cause them to turn down promotions. Now, we think that we need to take a holistic approach to this. It's not enough to get rid of those cliffs and individual programs, because they all work together and they all interact with each other. And even removing the cliffs in all the programs, or many of the programs, can still lead to a situation where it's disincentivizing work, where the more they earn, the less they start to receive in benefits, and they reach this point where they can't afford to do that because they've got to take care of their family. The solution that we're going to describe to you here today, we think can create the kind of situation where all these programs are working together, where you can have this nice slope where the benefits kick in, and and then they phase out in a logical way, interacting with each other, so that as you continue to climb the income ladder, you're not disincentivized to work. Another big problem that we face, that you see out there a lot, is marriage penalties. In these charts, red is bad and blue is good. So if you're a single mom, or single mom with 2 kids, and she's in love, as long as her suitor is not making a small amount of money, then getting married makes a lot of sense. The 2 incomes come together, and he's bringing value to the family. But once you start adding in these welfare packages, you start to see a lot of red appears. And so you have this thing where people do not get married because it costs them a lot of money to do that. And so you see, there was, I believe, the Fannin County Chamber of Commerce president was testifying at one point to you folks about how she looks around her community and there's a lot of men who just aren't working. Probably they are not working because if they were to work and get married, then it hurts their family. And so they stay single. And they do things, participate in extra legal activities to make sure that they're not hurting their benefits. So the reason, the problem with all of this is the design of the programs. As you guys know, being in government, programs get developed and they're sort of in a silo, and they're not looked at, okay, how does this impact the overall system that we're dealing with here? So these programs are designed with these flaws in them. They work great, they help a lot of people, but then there's, when they start to interact with each other, and when there's this lack of coordination among the programs, you start running into problems. Another big problem is work requirements are not enforced uniformly or sporadically enforced throughout these programs. that becomes another disincentive to work. So, why should we care? Why should we worry about this? It does, these programs and the way they're interacting with each other have a lot of detrimental impacts. First of all, people are trapped in low-income jobs when they've earned the right to earn more money and be in supervisory positions, but they're trapped and they can't take it. Some are disincentivized to work altogether because of these programs. That creates a loss of labor force, and we estimate that the number of people, about 80,000 people in rural Georgia, men, are in this situation where they're not working. So therefore, they're out of the workforce. And this can contribute to, we estimate, about $2 billion of less economic activity throughout rural Georgia. Of course, that means that there's less tax money generated for state and local governments to help do all the things that we do with our tax dollars. So, think about one of the people that testified before your committee was Pilgrim Chicken up in Ellijay. She talked about how they were chronically 100 people short, 100 people understaffed in their plant. And imagine if they were able to fully staff their plant, because there was a workforce there ready to work, and they were able to fully staff that plant and produce at the level that they can produce at, what impact that would have on that community and on that region, really. So what can we do about it? So our vision really is that the welfare cliffs are eliminated, that the marriage penalty is eliminated or greatly reduced, that the system exists, that work is encouraged. That'll bring about benefits like a reliance on government support is reduced, and then the safety net is preserved for folks that really need it the most, and that fewer people are using it, and it's laser focused on the people who need it the most. So there's a number of things that we need to do this. We would like to see that the Office of Family Independence that rests under DFACS take the lead on this. And the good news is Georgia has already done some of this stuff with the Gateway program that was implemented through DFACS just a couple of years ago. Well, let me focus on this next slide here. So this is what the top 16 welfare programs look like prior to Georgia implementing the Gateway program. And as you can see, this is a complicated mess. And down here on the bottom are the families and individuals who are trying to access these benefits and all the different agencies that they have to interact with in order to access the benefits that are due to them that can provide them help. Georgia, as I mentioned, took the lead, creating the Gateway program, which brought together several of the large programs under it can access through one point, and you can see the simplification process that we'd like to see has already begun in Georgia. This is really cutting edge. Not many other states, or no states really, are doing this. So it's helped individuals a lot. They can go to one place to access food stamps and WICs and Medicaid and Peach Care and these other programs. So what we'd like to see is that process continue, that process of streamlining continue, and bring all federal welfare programs under one roof. And we suggest that the Office of Family Independence might be the best place for that, because DFACS has caseworkers who are talking to people and who know what's going on in people's lives and can take advantage of some of the things that we're not taking advantage of now. For example, working with that family to see, are there any private sector resources that can be brought to bear in that person's life? Are there family around that can assist them? Other things like that. Is there things in the community that are non-government related that can help that person and strengthen the communities and strengthen the families there? So some of the ideas of this redesign, of course, as I mentioned, single point of contact, work first policies could be enforced throughout the state and throughout all our welfare programs to make sure that folks are working hard, or they can work. As I mentioned, the excess resource test, we would want to encourage that so that people are taking advantage of community-based options that might be available to them out there, not just looking to the government. Let's see. Let me skip past this. So, how do we get there? There's a couple of ways to do this, and I'll take Mr. Bearden's recommendation, and we'll just go right to the swing for the fences here. This needs to be, in order to have the biggest impact, this needs to be something that is taken on all at once. I mean, we need to do this all of this. It's not enough to just deal with a small piece of this and deal with a couple programs, because they all interact. And as I showed you before, if you're not dealing with all of this, then you're not really solving the problem of the programs that discourage work. So we would love to see one big reform package that brings all of this together and tackles this on. It would make this the explicit vision of the state of Georgia, that we're bringing this all under one roof, and we're interacting, and there's going to be caseworkers working with families. The framework, as I mentioned, is already in place through the Gateway program. A steering committee, we would suggest, also with the various agencies that deal with these programs right now, to assist and make sure that qualifications are there. And then you're going to have to work with federal agencies to seek waivers on a number of these programs. And as I mentioned before, the Trump administration, and Eric can talk about that at the appropriate time, we've had meetings with the federal administrations. They are anxious for a state to work with to deal with this and take these programs head on. Currently, under the Gateway program, there are a number of programs that are not funneled through the Gateway program. There's a few of them here: the housing, public housing, school lunch program, things like that. We would like to. We think it's important that one entity be in charge. And of course, as I said, we recommend the Office of Family Independence underneath DFACS be that entity. So let me skip that. This would be one example of one thing I didn't mention. We would recommend that you group similar welfare program. Put welfare programs that are similar to each other in groups. For example, all the food programs, SNAP, school lunches, WIC, things like that. Put that in one module. Put the healthcare packages in another module, and group them together to streamline the process and to check eligibility. Not a person might be eligible for certain food programs, but not others. And the caseworker could help that person access the programs that are most beneficial to them. This would be an example here if we were grouping the health and medical assistance programs together. I believe Kyle Wingfield has mentioned to you about the Georgia Public Policy about Section 1332 of the Affordable Care Act. It already gives the state of Georgia flexibility to do some stuff, to deal with health care issues for people here in the state of Georgia. So, in summary, we think that there's a tremendous opportunity here for the state of Georgia to deal with this problem that is hurting employers, that is hurting families in the state of Georgia. It's challenging, but there's a lot that can be done just without federal waivers. But there are federal waivers that would be needed, and so we think that we should take this on and tackle this here in the state of Georgia. And I think it'll be beneficial to families and beneficial to employers. Greater workforce participation, it'll expand our economy. We'll have less people in poverty because they'll be experiencing the dignity of work and providing for their families themselves. That would, of course, create more economic opportunity for rural Georgia and all of Georgia, and for happier citizens. So we're ready to answer any questions that you may have. We know this is a deep subject, and there are probably a lot of questions that need to be had. And maybe if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, if Eric could just talk for a moment about the interactions that Georgia Center for Opportunity has had with our federal agencies and the eagerness that they have for tackling this issue.
Sure. Is that okay? Okay. So we've had the opportunity to meet with staff from the White House and the Office of Family Assistance. Clarence Carter is the head of that office. And they really have taken the administration's executive order that was issued back in April of this year to heart. And essentially, their agency is the one really pushing the states to take advantage of the new flexibility and willingness to do something on all the welfare programs. The executive order essentially says basically what we're talking about here. Cliffs and penalties and marriage penalties are real. They're discouraging work. The system that has developed over time, as Buzz has said, has developed incrementally, and it was never designed to work together. And as a result, families aren't treated holistically. If your family is receiving health care under welfare, it could be that you have one child on one program, another child on another program, and the mom might be completely uninsured or on a separate program herself. And that's the case across many of these types of benefits, whether food, health care, or otherwise. But our conversations with the Office of Family Assistance, basically they have commissioned research to confirm that the welfare cliffs and penalties do indeed exist, and they are essentially begging a state to take on comprehensive reform. And their point on this is, look, the reforms that happened in the 90s around TANF, which I know everybody's familiar with, were highly successful. But those came out of experiments that were happening in states, Wisconsin and Tommy Thompson being, lead examples of where these ideas came from. And it was only after a state was willing to take it on and ask for waivers that the federal government saw the success and adopted a similar program. And as a consequence, you saw child poverty decrease dramatically and work going up dramatically as well. So they're asking for some other state to take this on as well from a comprehensive perspective. The executive order is wide open and has demonstrated that various agencies now are open to waiver requests with a vision as bold as this, if we're willing to take that step. Of course, there's a lot that has to be worked out, right? There are a lot of details in this, but it's nice to know that they're open to it. The same office has also set aside money to help encourage a state that is willing to take this on with additional funds, even beyond what we get from the feds under the various welfare programs. So, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. That's really it, and we'd love to answer any questions or any discussion that.
It's intriguing. Questions?
I understood why people wouldn't go to work because of money, but I didn't know what a cliff was. And thank y'all for bringing this. It really gives us an opportunity to do something that we've been complaining about for years.
I think you heard, I listened to the testimony that y'all received from the various heads of our state departments that administer these programs, and every one of them was saying our goal is to get people to independence. But these cliffs hinder that, and we have great people working in our state government who are helping people, and people are helped, but we could help more.
And like everybody else, a job is the best therapy you can get, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you all very much. Tell me if there is an interest, and I think there is, what's the next step?
Well, I would think that there are things that the state of Georgia can do right now that don't require an incoming governor or the federal government's approval. There's flexibility in certain programs existing already that we can take advantage of. So my recommendation would be to start there and to take advantage of that flexibility that we have. We've got a document that we can provide to you that shows you the various options that you have in these federal programs. Take advantage of those and continue the work of the Gateway program of bringing all of the various agencies through that portal that people can access at once. And then, get so bold as to instruct the various departments to seek federal waivers and see which agencies are willing to let us do that.
Can I add to that? I mean, I really feel like we're at a sort of a historic point. You have so many things coming together right now that say if we ever hope to be bold and reform a system that we all acknowledge is broken in some way, now's the time to do it. And I don't know how long this window is going to be open. I mean, the economy's going well. don't want to overstate it or take it for granted. We know that could end tomorrow. We have a willing federal government for the first time in a long time to deal with this issue. We have local businesses begging for something to be done on this. We were at Premium Peanut just yesterday. We went down and visited them, and it's clear that they run into this issue frequently, and they're helping us put together stories to show that this is really impacting their ability to attract a workforce. All these things together mean that the time is now, and I would hate to do any of this piecemeal. We might not have the window to do more. So that would be my challenge.
Okay. Any other comments? That's sort of a segue into our closing comments. We do not have another meeting until December. However, as all of you are aware, there has been a recent development that there will be a legislative meeting coming up sometime soon. And the governor has called the week after the election for a special session, starting on Tuesday, the 13th of November, probably running through Friday the 16th or however long it takes. But that would be a minimum time, would be the 4 days. We won't start on Monday because that's Veterans Day. But if you think about the process, even if the governor has a package of storm recovery legislation, just the mere process of dropping a bill, assigning it to committee, having a committee meeting, passing it out, being on the floor of the House, passing to the Senate, all of that at a minimum takes 4 days. So if everything is streamlined, but if all we deal with is, say, one piece of legislation that comes through the Appropriations Committee to deal with disaster or storm recovery, there is going to be time that we are not in Appropriations Committee meetings, and we will not be on the floor of, you can spend all the time you want to in appropriation. The rest of us don't necessarily have to do that. And so there is going to be some time when all of us are in Atlanta that we can get together and start talking about this stuff. So I would propose that y'all maybe develop a framework, a proposal, a timeline, and that and you get it to Tim sometime before November. And so if there is an opportunity for us to get together and explore that, we can do that then, because this is something that's not going to happen with a simple two-page bill. And we understand that. And so whatever you can do to help us get a jump start on that, I think we would appreciate. And there will be some other things, because in December when we meet, we are going to be looking at specific legislative proposals that we're going to present as a package for the next legislative session. And so we will have an opportunity in November perhaps to at least explore some of those things so that we'll have specifics. One other thing that I would mention to you, there have already been some articles in the newspaper about the jet fuel tax exemption that the governor did an executive order on. And the newspaper makes it sound like that this is even though it has not been mentioned as part of the call, that this may be an agenda item. It probably will be an agenda item, but it will be because of the way that the law is set up. The law is set up as if the governor issues an executive order like he did on the jet fuel exemption, that it has to either be ratified or not ratified at the next legislative session. So it will not be included in the call, but by law, it'll have to be considered. But, if there'd been no storm, there would have been no legislative session. This legislative session is about storm recovery. But the governor is free to add other things to the call if he wants to, up until the eve of the session. So if something happens between now and November that needs to be addressed, then, it could be included in the call. But as I understand it, the call itself is strictly for storm recovery. And so if people ask you that question, you need to know that these other things can be added, but the jet fuel is not part of the call. It's required by law.
So is deer baiting too.
Hmm?
So is deer baiting required by law too?
Are you gonna bring up deer baiting?
No, but it's he issued an executive
Executive
order.
order.
If it's as I understand, if it's a revenue exemption, something that has to be ratified by the legislature. I mean, he does legislate, executive orders all the time, but this particular order, just like what we did with the gas tax back during
Katrina.
Katrina, has to be ratified by the legislature. So anyway, I think we've had a productive session these last 2 days, and appreciate everybody sticking it out to the end. Any other comments?
Duly noted.
Oh, there's not a bonus payment if you stay to the end.
You should have said that.
We are adjourned.
Safe travels.